So let's save this as MB and then reopen the file and let it magically work. Oh, it didn't. Oh, yes, it did. Perfect. We got magically working scenes. Okay, which I'm gonna figure out how to make it better at some point eventually. We have this thing set up here, and then we're missing the YouTube. There you go. I'm gonna edit this video. I'm gonna pop this chat out. I'm gonna put this one here. Video editing.
What's up? How it going?
I'm not going good. How are you, man? I'm gonna change this thumbnail to a weird Mr. Fantastic thing. I think if I can find it. YouTube channel. That was a Mr. Fantastic thing I did at some point for sure. I remember making a Mr. Fantastic thumbnail. Where did I put that? Did I just check it on the desktop? Yes, I did. Save. Cool, that's working. And I also need to somehow gain access to this, and then I send it here.
Doing good. Just got a video gig for a senior center, so I'm trying to plan that out.
For a senior center. You just get a video gig for senior center. That's really cool. I might do another Armor Saga thing, which I'm super excited about. We were talking with the Armor Saga person.
Yeah, there is an event happening and they want me to make a video of it to display on a TV in the center.
I'm gonna react to what you just said, but first I need to download these two comics. Download anyway, and there's this comic, and I download that anyway as well. And then I have to put them into a folder. Is the event
the animation looks so smooth already.
Thank you. I did a little bit more work on it, but I'm not super happy with it yet. Events happening, they want me to make a video of it display on a TV in the center. That's really cool. It's like an infographic video. What type of thing is that? Save.
I think they want me to record and edit the event. Hey Saab, how are you?
Now I see. I am doing good, Berai. How are you doing? What are we listening to? I got new issues of Armor Saga, and I might potentially end up doing storyboards for that, which does look very cool. I want to actually spend time reading these properly. But man, it looks so cool. This guy's like shading is like fucking insane, and I love that he still like finishes up with like contour lines. Really cool stuff. Look at that. It's really cool stuff.
Art style is next level.
Yeah, it's very cool for sure. I don't want to spoil it, so I'm kind of like skipping. Oh yeah, okay. I gotta read these and might end up doing a storyboard for that. But today we're doing this. And also there's one little thing that maybe I can start talking about when there's more of you guys here. How are you guys doing? I see you working hard every day, Berai. How's it going? You're making some improvements, some leeways. Woohoo! Foods, favorite thing in the world. Hey, you happy?
Yeah, I'm already thinking next week.
That's not happening. Nothing's happening next week.
I'm already anxiety level.
Yeah,
1000.
that's not happening because you said that, so it's not happening.
Just say it's enough sauce.
I think there's enough sauce. How much sauce do we have? Lots of sauce. And that's the right amount of sauce. I have to redo this thing a little bit.
Somewhat, yes, thanks to the boys. I try to keep productive. I've been working on paper for a while, but right now I'm working on character designs for assignment.
Cool. Character designs are super cool. I haven't done anything
All
like
the
that in a
sauce is
while.
the correct amount of sauce.
Exactly.
Also, I bought Elden Ring.
One doesn't
The game
help
looks
the other.
amazing.
Yeah, Elden Ring is amazing.
EYY guys. But
EYY?
I think I'll play it in summertime. Can't make time for gaming and my PC specs aren't good enough for it lol.
My PC was also not great for it when I played it. I played that game so horribly. I played it with Steam Remote Access.
Oh god.
I was in Turkey, but I had left my PC open in UK. I was remote accessing and playing with like input delay.
I was losing my mind on the Tree Sentinel.
I never finished it. But Tree Sentinels is like you keep seeing them, right? They're on the bottom of the trees. They make all the sparkly lights.
First boss, I think. Golden armor with horse.
Oh, yeah, that's. I wouldn't call that first boss. It's just like an insane thing that's in the middle of the road when you first start the game. And everyone has a story with it because people go and click it. Justin played a little bit.
OMG, there are so many Tree Sentinels in the game, it's crazy.
I finished the Magic Tower area and then I stopped playing.
Did you like the game?
I really liked the game, but like I said, I played it so horribly with remote access. Then I started playing again when I came back to UK, but I started a new character, and then I didn't like that I'm playing a magicless character because I always like wizards. So I was like, fuck this, why am I playing a regular warrior? So I started the game again. Then I got a PlayStation 5 and I was like, why am I playing with bad graphics? I can play on PlayStation 5. Then I started again, and then I ended up like playing the first part of the game so many times that I kind of got like fed up with it and then stopped playing altogether. I kind of ruined the game, basically. The game was great. I wasn't great. Hey, this is amazing. I love it. I like the fat ass noodles.
Also, this animation looks fantastic.
Thank you. Oh, I should have said say that again. Say that again?
Lol.
I'm learning. I'm getting there. What a bad pun that is.
BRB.
I can't believe they actually did that and thought like that's so cool in the movie when they did that. Do you know why people keep saying say that again? In the previous Fantastic Four movie, without Jessica Alba, the whole movie they don't say Fantastic Four. And then at the end, when they're all together, Thing says like, "Wow, this is pretty fantastic," and then Reed Richards goes like, "Say that again," and then the movie ends. But that's like so fucking corny that they get like they get a hard on because like someone said fantastic.
Say that again, 4.
Also, it's fucking ridiculous that Reed Richards' name is Mr. Fantastic. Like, Invisible Woman turns invisible,
Fantastic that again.
and she's a woman, so her name is Invisible Woman.
You should be called a stretchy top for fun.
Right? Like, it's like, you're Invisible Woman, he looks like a fucking thing, so that's Thing, and you're Human Torch because you're a human that torches up, and I'm fantastic. Like, who does that?
Bungee Man.
Plastic Man was already taken off.
Yeah.
Hey, you need to admit that
Elongated Man.
for the first time that's a good
Hi
cast.
everyone.
The new movie.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how they got their names in the Chris Evans movie. I am Jack.
Chris Evans.
Oh, there was a newspaper thing on the Chris Evans movie, I think.
Fantastic.
How's it going, Amjad?
Wow.
How's it going, Danzilam? I feel like too many things are happening and I'm kind of having a bit of a hard time.
You all left me on YouTube.
Huh. Hey.
In the
What are you
2000s
doing?
movie, Johnny
Nothing's
Storm
happening
goes on the
Thursday,
news
calm
and
down.
says basically what you just said. Everyone's on Twitch now. Things have been grim, but here's the thing. Everything is fantastic.
Okay, it's time to wait.
Yeah, he goes on the news and like names them, I remember that.
How are you doing, Saga?
I'm doing good.
Hello, Justine.
I'm trying to finish up eating so I can finish this animation, which I should like think like how it's actually gonna end. I think
Is that pasta?
yeah, it's pasta.
Prepare for my arrival work. That's how it should end. Wait, how many jokes are there? 1, 2, 3, 4.
What do you mean? What kind of jokes are you counting?
I just finished eating pasta.
That's good.
3 jokes. Lol. The Joker-tastic 4. Mr. Fantastic looks like a slingshot.
It's a bit too stretched right now. I'm now like kind of trying to figure out
Wait, I got him now, they're 8.
how is he gonna do his like finisher. That's a problem. That's a huge problem. Alright, let me think.
I love how Saab just stares into the distance as we make these bad jokes.
Yeah. It's what I gotta
Saab,
do.
did you ever try Devil May Cry 5? It's one of my favorite games of all time.
Is that the one where he starts dancing with a cowboy hat?
Yes.
I played it, I
Yeah.
finished it.
I haven't animated in Maya for a month plus now. That's it, Danzilla. Join the dark side.
I'm still waiting for you to get into Maya, Nota.
It's been a while since I've heard of Zach in time.
We did the Kickstarter, which I didn't make it online yet, which you reminded me. I'm gonna send that. I'm gonna do a little tweak to the Kickstarter. And then I had a friend who was gonna help me with the game, but he kind of went AWOL. He was gonna help me clean up the frames for Zack in Time.
I would start learning Maya, but I don't want to pay for it. Plus the rigs I made for my short film would work. Have you played Katana Zero Song?
Have I what?
Wouldn't work. Blender's cool, honestly. I can't tell the difference. Except I'm slower and I get stuck looking for something. I was animating Squirrel Run today. If you're a student, you can get an educational license for free for a year. Congrats on the Kickstarter.
It's not live yet. I just have to edit something.
Berate him, maybe. Okay. I still want to finish my film before getting into all of that. Wait, how did you do the Kickstarter again?
It's here, I just did it. That's the Kickstarter page. It's not live yet because I wanted to yes, I wanted to send this to a friend of mine, which I need to write an email real quick. I forgot his name. That's not great.
What's the estimated amount?
I want £1,000 because I don't believe it will make more.
An hour-long movie script is about 120 pages. But an hour-long animated movie script is 90 pages. I don't get.
I don't know those numbers, Danzila. You have to check that online.
I did check online. Those were the results.
Oh, cool.
A script duration depends on how long the scenes and the page is long. A page should represent 1 minute in the most occasions.
I think page represents more than a minute. Because I don't think like
An hour should be an hour right, regardless of it being animated or live action.
I feel like 90 page is for movies, but maybe that's an old notion because movies used to be an hour and a half, and then it would be like what I said, it would be 1 minute per thing. But I feel like even longer ones are just 90 pages.
Hi, you are the I am so hard right now guy.
Yes, I am. Welcome to the stream.
Fantastic Mr. Fantastic in time, like and subscribe for more fantastic stuff. Big fan. Hi Saga. How is going, dude? How's your day?
It's good. How is it going with you, Miles the creator?
Hi Diego. Nota. My script is 129 pages. KSARPP.
Alright,
Him good, just chillin'. adding finishing touches. Hide ego.
Okay, my brain is back. I'm not adding finishing touches, it's like missing half of the animation. Because I have to like stop the thing. I don't know if there's like a better way of doing this. He like grabs him and then I don't know how he actually like takes him out. I was thinking of doing a slam like this, but I worry that it may not look great because his shoulders don't scale. Well, actually, it does scale like that.
Looks so funny with that leg position LMAO.
Yeah. Can we find something more creative than just like headbutting him basically? What can he do after he grabs him like that?
You can throw him LMAO.
I don't want him to be able to lift him because thing is supposed to be like really heavy. Okay, I'm just gonna try to sculpt some ideas basically. Like if he was to slam here,
Make him trip home with his legs.
if he was...
Suplex. You can hit him, like you did in that 2D animation with Sue.
But his hands are tied. The fuck are these songs? Oh, it's so hot. Hot, hot, hot. Hot tomato, hot tamale. Okay, I'm just like searching right now if there's a world where this looks cool. What I'm trying to do right now. Did I fuck up any animation? Yes, I did. Man, I hate shit like this. There's absolutely no reason for the animation to be fucked. Thank you. Right, so this is, even though it's constrained, it's moving for some reason. So I have to save this to... Oh, maybe I can do like this. Would that work? There's edit keys. Woo! Hey, thank you so much, Sintor. You the best. 10 months of Sintor. Here we go. Let's go. Top 10 Zintors. This Zintor. Can I delete these now? No. Fucking hell. What's the fuck is problem? It's keyed here, so if I delete this, it shouldn't move. It's keyed here, so if I delete this, it shouldn't move. Alright. But then it moves. I hate these songs. I'm having a bit of a struggle right now. And it's so hot. What are these songs? Oh my god, I'm so unlucky with songs today. Cool. I'm gonna end up having to bake these into something else. So I actually had a controller for that. Had a tool for that. Overlappers. What is this? DME. What is this? World Bake. Yeah, World Bake this. World Bake. Bake selection to controllers. 2 locators. Yes, do that. Perfect. I'm gonna remove these. That's gonna mess up the animation for reasons unknown. Cool. Now I'm gonna be like baked from locators. Did that work? It kind of worked. Just this part. Why is it not working exactly like it should? I don't understand. See, this is definitely working. And the location is correct as well. Hey, do we have anything to drink?
No? Does someone didn't buy anything to drink?
Okay. Constraint parents.
What would you
What
like?
is this for?
This is for our finisher challenge anime. We're doing a animation challenge this month where we're all animating a finisher move. Like in the games, you know, like Spider-Man, you press 2 buttons at the same time and it plays like a cool finisher. We're doing that.
Which one to drink?
The thing that is available. Okay, does it work now? Yes, now it works. And now I just have to... No, but it works with these stupid things around. Sorry, what?
Pepsi or beer?
Beer. Or Pepsi. Pepsi, no beer.
Who are we all?
We are our Discord community. If you want to join us, we have a Discord community where we do a bunch of cool animations together all the fucking time. Look, there's a cool animation Sitcom did, and then there's a cool thing Matt did, and then there's a cool thing that Safe did, and there's a cool thing that streamer thing is not letting me see it did. So yeah, that's us. That's Artie Chatty Sap. You can join the Discord if you're interested in such endeavors, where we do a bunch of weird shit all the time. Because we were bitten by a radioactive weird shit. Since that day, we've become weird shit, man. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. And then my mouth moves on its own while I do that. So up to here it works. So I'm gonna key everything.
Check it later.
It's on the description of the video.
Diddy House Jail.
I don't get that joke. Bam. I'm Reed Richards and I'm slamming you down.
Hey, I can now use that friendly neighborhood Spider-Man rig on Blender now. Mahaha.
That's very cool. I still can't use it. What kind of a cool pose can you find for that?
Did you make these models?
No, they're from our rivals. But if you wanna use some of these rigs, not all of it, but we have some of them available on our Discord community's rig section.
How are you today, Byron?
By rider. That's a very weird way, very uncommon way of saying a friend, I guess, or a dude. Hey, I'm good, Zycam. How are you doing? What I want to try is
Check the MS
what? What is that?
If I use models someone else made, will it not be copyright infringement?
If you're not earning money from it, it's just fan art.
Saga, you know Bakwash animates. He animates Ben 10 fights. Hi Saga, do you think Marvel Rivals should add Nightcrawler in?
Yes, they definitely should because I love Nightcrawler, so they should definitely add Nightcrawler. But I can see already that Nightcrawler will be hellish for all those support players. Do you know Bakwash animates? I don't know Bakwash animates. I've never Bakwashed.
Hope you already downloaded it cause you leaked the link.
No, because you need to, nobody can download it, Zintor. You have to allow access. Did you actually rig it in Maya? I'm excited for that.
Sent a new one. Request. If I want to make money, can I use the character at least?
No. If you want to make money, you can't use any copyrighted stuff.
Saab, what's up?
You
You
can't
should
do.
Bakwash, it's amazing I did it twice today. Schultz have access
Hey
now.
Nick, how's it going? Hi Brave, how's it going?
Saab, what are your plans after the animated adventures of Zack becomes a hit? Would you create something else? Or
Oh man, I didn't think that far ahead. I mean, I've been constantly creating a bunch of random weird stuff, so I guess I will be continuing one of them. Am I crazy? I feel like maybe you've already given me this file. Have you already given me this file? I also don't know where to put this file because there's no project folder for it, so I guess I make one. Ugh, I hate that noise so much.
do you use Blender?
No,
what
I
if your
don't.
fans expect more like the animated adventures of Zack?
That's great, then I can do more Zack. That's all I want to do anyway.
Would you want to create a studio of yours?
I would. I would want to do that. I'm kind of low-key doing that now.
Which is better for a newbie Blender or Maya?
I don't like animation in Blender. I think Blender is good for other stuff, but I really don't like it for animation. So it kind of depends what you want to do, I guess. If you want to do a movie by yourself, like Flow, I guess Blender is better. But if you want to get hired as an animator or a modeler or anything, I think you would need to learn Maya. Look at this guy. Why can't I select the mesh of this guy? Mesh selection
How
on.
many hit movies would it take to become a studio like Pixar or Disney? Saab, what have you used After Effects for?
A lot of things I usually do edits in After Effects, which is weird. I know a lot of people don't use it for that.
Did you like Flow?
I fell asleep. I couldn't finish it. Why doesn't this work? I don't understand.
Fine. Generate preview. So if I go solo, I go Blender.
I think it's based on what you want to do.
Animation in Blender is too stressful. Maya's interface for animating is so user-friendly. Blender hides a lot.
You need to even decide what you want to do. Do you want to be an animator? Do you want to be a modeler? Do you want to be a director? Like, what do you want to do? There's a lot to be answered before that. This shadow being baked in is a little bit weird, but it's cool to see.
You should take your eyes and watch it again. Wow, that Spidey looks sick.
It does look cool, but how well does it deform is my question for the audiences.
Is this friendly neighborhood Spider-Man?
It is, but yeah, I don't know if I can use this.
Not sure if the outline works well, but yay. Wait, this works on Maya. New why? I thought it was Blender exclusive. What if I want to make a whole movie on my own?
Yeah, then you just need to spend like 20 years learning how to do that, another like 10 years to actually make the movie. I'm sure you learn a lot during that, and then you can tell me how to do it. Well, I guess, yeah, if you wanted to do that, that Blender would be the better choice for that, because it's free also. But Maya can do everything Blender can do, and I would argue that Maya can do everything Blender can do, but better. But Maya is super expensive. Yeah, the formations on this is not fantastical.
Damn, that's a lot of time.
But this is very cool, Zintor. Thank you for sending me this. I can still do some cool stuff with this. Where am I spine at?
Is this model from the show?
No, I think Brave did this. Why is this bent when it's zeroed out? Ugh, drinking too fast. I would love to do something
Looks
with this.
really good.
Yeah, I think the texture looks really cool.
I haven't animated Spider-Man in a while. Come to think of it, I haven't done character animation, bouncing ball, everything is connected, everything is a bouncing ball, that's all I hear and see.
That is true. The texture of this looks really cool. I think I can do some stuff with this. But yeah, I don't know what I would do.
Arcs. Don't forget about arcs.
Everything is arcs.
Ill Prolly seeks some help from Amjad for deforms.
I think it's a mesh issue. Yeah, this is like super high density, and I think I talked about that with Brave before.
Great textures.
It's way too high poly to be like skin painted, and the topology is anyway. It does what it's supposed to do for this, and it's kind of works. It's not unusable, but like a lot gets like disappeared when he moves his legs like this. Also, is this a cell shading? So there's no. Can I add like a lighting to
Who
this?
made this?
I think
Hey, how is your
Brave and
stream
Zitor
going so
did.
far?
Hi, this plant going good. How are you? Oh, that's cool. See, that's very cool. That is really cool. Cool. Is Diego here?
Looks like the real one. I did the shader and rig, but Brave cooked on the model and textures. It's awesome.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Really nice.
I'll do something with this at some point. I gotta finish this now. I'm gonna cannonball this, I think. Or is there like a better way of doing this? I don't like that idea that he just like slams down on him.
That's impressive.
This idea feels kind of lazy to me. To just like slam down on it like this.
Who is Brave?
Boom. Brave is one of our super talented modelers on our Discord community.
How long did it take you to make the model?
You gotta ask Brave. I think he's on Discord.
Wait, I think I know Brave.
I think he has a Gumroad page as well.
Is Brave in the chat?
I thought I saw him for a second, but I don't think he's here right now.
Took me like 5 days to
Oh, there
make
he
the
is.
model lol.
Looks really cool, Brave. Good job.
Thanks you.
Thanks, you.
By the way, did you download the IW with weblines textures I sent you a while back? How do you main in Marvel Rivals?
Yes, I think I did. It's Spider-Man for me. I just don't know where to put those. I know you sent me something, but I don't know where I put it. Was it one of these? I will have to double check. Yeah, I don't like this idea. This is so
Brave,
boring.
can I see more of your works?
Grab it like this. This feels so lazy. I can't think of like a better idea. What else can you do? You know what, I'm just gonna stick with my idea and move on because I don't want to spend another day on this. I think this is gonna be my final day on this animation. I'm gonna move on to other stuff. I have a holiday coming up starting tonight, and I'm gonna have a few days to do something, and I don't know what I should do. I don't know if I should do another game jam, or I don't know, like if I do game jam, I think I want to do that finger speedrunner thing. That's not speedrunner, but like finger runner, endless runner thing that I was talking about. Or I can finish up the lip sync shot that I was doing. But yeah, I don't have an idea. I didn't yet decide what I should spend the next like 4 days on. That's an idea, Jay. We'll put that into idea bucket number 1. Oh fuck, now if I move this, things are not gonna work right. Okay, because I did this sliding around thing, and here I have to take everything. Click, 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 click. Oh, I remember that when I do this, they end up getting changing. But for now, I think I'm gonna do it regular constraint. Although I don't want to do regular constraint, but Animbot does like a weird thing. If I click this, I'm gonna save it. And if I add like an Animbot grab and release thing, it's gonna fuck up the beginning of the animation, which it shouldn't. Because it's gonna have an indicator here saying that it's changing things from this point onwards. And it fucked up all the rest of the animation. See, this part should not have changed, but it changes for some fucking reason, so then I can't use the animbot, which is fine. So this is not working, and I'm just gonna click this, and then I'm gonna click everything else by hand. Click, 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 click. I'm gonna click constraint, parent, maintain offset, apply. And then I'm gonna blind parent this here, and I'm gonna make this 0. So it still moves. Very interesting. How could it possibly still move? This thing, how are you still moving? Because it's not keyed. I click this, I click this. Constraint parent, key, unkey, That still moves, which it shouldn't. It should not be allowed. Click this. Constraint parent. And I key this one here, and I zero this one here. That one still moves, which it shouldn't. Something really weird is going on, but we're making do. Constraint that, key this here, unkey this here. See, this guy's still moving. Ah, because I didn't constrain the hands. That's probably why this whole thing is happening. It's still moving. Let me grab the hands. So this one, constraint parent, key it, zero it here. This one, constrain it, key it, go here zero. There you go. Now we have a firm grasp on the thing that doesn't keep getting popped. You send me a rig. Oh, I'm gonna be so hyped about that rig you're talking about. I need to request access, Zim. I sent access, request accessed. Oh my god. He better be purple. This guy better be purple. I think Sitcom AI is gonna, like, there's a transition step for it. First, it's gonna be tools that animators can use to make animation faster. But then, instead of making AI tools for animators or like AI tools for Maya or AI tools for Blender, they're gonna have an AI that can control your PC. And I think it's at that point we're really gonna lose our control over everything, because if you tell AI to make an image of a Pepsi can and it looks at all the other Pepsi cans and gives you a rough estimation of a Pepsi can, that's one problem. But if you tell AI to make a Pepsi can and it Googles Pepsi on Google, finds images, and then goes into Maya and like starts modeling it in Maya, and then gives it like self feedback, or like you tell it feedback like, oh, I didn't like Pepsi can like this, do it different. And then he realized, oh, to do it different I have to change the texture, let me download Photoshop and do that change in Photoshop. Or like if, and then there's gonna be software will be made for AI, because AI is gonna end up being slower because it has to use this human software that's Maya or Blender. And yeah, we're going to like a really weird place, man. Well, that's a very depressing thing you're saying, Diddy. I don't know the answer to that. I know I'm gonna still do this stuff because I'm doing it because I enjoy it. But I think it's gonna work less and less. And I think we are gonna have a period where AI is gonna make animators better animators, or like faster animators. But I don't think that's gonna last very long. I think we're gonna immediately skip to the next part. Or like, why are you doing it anyway? I do kind of think AI will take over the world. It's definitely going to fundamentally change the world we live in completely, and we're gonna have to learn to do everything completely different, and I feel like by the time we learn, it's gonna change again. That is my fear. This kid on me, man, is so tiny. Look at this tiny kid on me, man. Why are you so tiny? He's so tiny. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that kid on you, man. Do I have controllers for just your teeth? I don't think I do. Is there more controllers for your face? Somewhere? No. Hmm. Yeah, okay. What is that? Oh my god, he doesn't have eyeballs. It's a flat. Oh, it's a flat plane. Okay. So then, can he look down? Okay, it has to be used very minimally. This. Is there a controller for the eyeball? No. I mean, for what I had in mind, I can totally use this. Why does it go like this when I do that? Why does it become black? Hi, Luciano. How's it going, dude? Yeah, I do want to do a cool animation with this guy, but not right now. Right now, I'm doing this thing. I didn't yet finish the last part. Have you been, Luciano?
I'm good. Damn, that's cool.
Thank you. We're doing an animation challenge where we're doing like
Tedious
finisher
plant, no
animations.
time man. Wish you best of luck with your rig. Here working. Lol, alright.
What are you
You
working
too.
on?
I saw your channel has blown up. Great job.
You mean the Discord channel? We're at 1,000 people now, so Discord made our channel public. So now people can like search for the channel and find it. Tunk, tunk.
Can't say what I'm working on.
Ah. Can you say where you're working at?
Oh, I meant YouTube.
Ah. I haven't made a new YouTube video in a while, which I should.
Yeah, Bardell in Vancouver on a theatrical feature.
Ah, you're in Vancouver, cool. Yeah, Bardal. Yeah, Bardal. That's a cool place. Nice, man. Is it fun? Do you like working there? Maybe I should do something with his head, like he headbutts.
Yeah, sweet team, nice project, decent pay, can't complain.
Nice, man, dude. Sounds great. Tunk. If I do that, he might look like he's going for a kiss. I don't like this idea. I'm forcing myself to like it because I don't want to redo too much. But yeah, I don't think it's not gonna look fun to like slam. Like it feels very weak to slam down someone with your chest.
How's ILM going for you?
Good. I also can't talk on what I'm working on, but yeah, I'm still there. Dunk. Can I do something else with this fucking thing now? Do 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 do. Dunk. Okay, I just thought of a idea that's gonna make me feel better about this. And then here I'm gonna eventually end up at a different pose. Do this, you slam the guy down, and then eventually one day we're gonna end up like this. Yoop. Yoop. It's weird. Oh, yeah, because they need to not have any translation rotations. Cool. I'm gonna have to change the camera a little bit with this too. Are you doing any new side projects, Luciano? I did a comic book. Did you see that? I should have sent that to you.
Does our reliance on AI concern you long term?
I have my concern with AI is not just limited to art and animation. I have a grander concern regarding AI. About like the world in general. Like it's already kind of starting that we can no longer trust internet. And yeah, we always say like, oh, don't trust the internet or whatever, but like now AI can take a video of me and tell people like, guys, you should have Coke. It's great. I always have Coke. Have you heard about this? Do you know about this? Coke. Like they can make that, and who's gonna be able to tell if it's true or not? And then you're gonna like stop using the internet, or I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. Honestly, it's scary that we don't have a clue on how to deal with stuff like that.
Congrats on the comic. I'd love to see it.
It's on the description. If you click on the description, there should be a link for it. I'm making a Kickstarter for the second episode now. If you want to share it around,
I'm making a very
let
small
your
short
Vancouver
film
people
with
know.
my girlfriend. It's 5 shots.
Oh, that's really cool, man. That's super cool. Does Canada feel more animatory? It was feeling very animatory when I was there. But I don't know if that was just Toronto.
Found it.
Hello.
Oh sweet, you should print it.
Oh.
I can't print it because it's, as you will see, completely animated.
Really bad hiding spot. Try better next time.
Okay.
Literally, how long it took me to find it?
A day, which I don't think is
No,
bad.
even a day. It took me like how long I've been here at home. It took me 3 hours to find it. Hide
Could
it
have been
better.
worse.
Terrible, terrible.
Oh. What?
Yeah, my professor was also talking about how the corporations doing AI don't appear to have the interest of the people in mind and are driven by profit.
Well, actually, what's scarier than that is a lot of these companies who develop AI, who are like people who's making tons of money out of this, and like Elon Musk is part of this group of people who is making like ridiculous amount of money with AI. They all came together and said like, this is too dangerous, we should stop. And that's fucking insane to me that these power hungry corporations got scared and they went to the government and they were like, we need to find I think now they're trying to make, basically, because the government doesn't mean anything in that scenario, one country means nothing, they need to make something like United Nations but for managing technology. Like everyone needs to be able to put a block to this. It needs to be blocked for everyone, certain things. But then like, who decides what those things are? How do you explain that to Saudi Arabia or North Korea? Then I start spiraling into like, oh my god, I think we're gonna die. Very scary subject.
Hey,
Hello.
is the second Last of Us coming out soon?
Last
well,
of,
I don't think
you mean
it's
the
fair to
season?
ban all eye.
What?
Some uses of I can be very good.
You mean the TV show?
Yeah, I think there's gonna be second season, right?
Yes. Did you watch the first season?
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
No?
I was not aware of that.
Yes.
This was not informed to me. It's not just banning all AI, Nota. It's like we are currently limited with our like education and knowledge and stuff like that, but there's also like rules that stop us from doing stuff. Like I can't just go shoot someone and kill someone right now because there's a law, and the law makes it difficult for me to get a gun, or like I have to go to like a psychiatric thing to figure out if I should own a gun. And then there's like a bunch of things that would happen to me if I do shoot someone. But with AI, I feel like you can find ways of hurting people that there is no law against it, because instead of saying like kill someone with a gun, you can be like make a way to make that person dead. That kind of a limitation I'm talking about. And when you're talking about like good AI, if you're talking about like most good AI is basically to make people go unemployed. I mean, not right now. I think right now it's still like helping people to be better at their job, but
Also
I
like
don't know.
regulations on what you can do with it.
Yeah, there should be massive regulations. Like, you shouldn't be able to like Google how to blow up my city. You know, the problem is that the technology isn't apparently that difficult to make yourself, and now the idea of it is out there, and they're already running out of data because this thing can consume data so fast that they're running out of internet already. So, you know, like let's say I put a regulation in my AI that let's say I made ChatGPT, I put a regulation you can't ask it to make bombs. You guys can make your own AI. Like it's not going to be very hard to be able to make your own AI very soon. It already isn't. There's all these like porn websites now that bypass the like not being able to use people's likenesses and stuff like that. They already can't regulate it. So then you have to be like this technology, no. How do you regulate that? How do you make people like you can use it to make Spider-Man images, but don't do it to make Trump images? Is like how do you control that? If if everyone makes their own chat GPT, it's I don't know the solution. I really hope I would say someone smarter than me, I hope, would find the solution, but it's probably gonna be AI that's gonna find the solution. Like at best case, we're gonna be like AI's children, and AI is gonna be our parents, and AI is gonna be like, oh fuck, we gotta feed the kids or they'll die. You know, which is not like the best parent-children relationship, but we're gonna be so powerless compared to something like that. You know that. You know that like Dota bot. That they didn't teach it how to play Dota. They just told it like this is your base, don't make this zero. This is the enemy's base. Make this zero. They didn't tell it how to do damage. They didn't tell it how to use heroes. They didn't tell it like how to use abilities, how to buy items. The AI just like started running a million Dota games at the same time. And in one of them, it tried pressing Q all the time. In the other one, it tried pressing W all the time. In the other one, it tried pressing E all the time. And then in like 1 hour, it ended up playing 1 million Dota games for an hour. And then he got that data and understands like you move with right click. Some heroes do this much damage. If you get intelligence stat, intelligence heroes does this much. Those another like 1 million runs. And like, how can you compete with that? A human, even a collection of humans, can't compete with that. It's yeah. I don't know, man. I'm getting like less scared about the job aspect of it and more scared about like the global meaning of like what that's gonna be like. Sorry if I was a bummer. Sorry if you guys got bummed out now.
Excuse me, sorry.
Hello.
I've got a question.
Yes.
When is first day of spring in Turkey?
I don't know.
No, to Google. Oh, you should know. You don't know from school?
If those bots
I
could
know.
beat out the pros, why hasn't that happened in the creative side? Or has it?
Well,
I guess all
Because-
we can do now is hope that it doesn't turn out 100% bad. Tomorrow.
okay.
Yes. Who
Okay,
said
Google.
that? Diego, I literally.
Spring in Turkey. It's called Q it. Q everything.
Spring in Turkey is a truly delightful time of year,
Oh, delightful.
offering a wonderful blend of pleasant weather and vibrant natural beauty. Here's a breakdown of what you can expect. Timing, generally,
When is the first day of spring in Turkey? What the fuck kind of question is this? The same everywhere.
No, it's not true. Because for me, and that's what I was taught at school.
to
it's
pinpoint the
tomorrow.
first day of spring in Turkey, it's essential to understand that it's tied
Okay,
to the
she's
vernal
pointless. She's
equinox.
useless. We
Here's
don't
what
need
you
that.
need to know. Vernal equinox. The first day of spring in the Northern Hemisphere, including
20th of
Turkey.
March. So
Okay,
today.
yes, before whatever, Diego just said tomorrow. I claim tomorrow. I was always told at school 21st of March. That's where the calendar spring starts. And no, you're fine, Diego. You don't worry. You good boy. I spoke to my Italian friend at work. She was like, "Whoa, it's 21st for us, isn't it? It's 21st for me." And in the British calendar, it says the 20th. I'm like, the fuck. Like, I swear to God, that's what I've been told at school. And today that was like the biggest mindfuck.
I don't understand why that matters.
It matters to me.
A day? What?
It just doesn't make sense. It's like the changing the clocks and stuff. Why America does it like in the beginning of March and we do it at the end of March? It's just so fucking confusing. Sorry,
Okay.
that's my. Yes, thank God, exactly. Oh, it's the last day of summer. Oh, because they upside down. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, I know.
Diego is like standing upside down. On
He's
his
not
part
that
of the
upside down. There's people more upside down than
That
him.
is true, yeah. He might be like more like horizontal.
I think like Bjorn is more upside down right now, right?
Oh, Bjorn is bananas now, definitely.
I'm not done, huh? Okay, the Daycam is asking about the creative side of it, and I think
Bjorn is basically in another planet.
With like a water.
I understand you're processing thoughts
stop.
related to death.
what?
Okay.
I just saw it like doing something. That offside of it, and I think is searched.
Okay. Can I have your glass?
You can have my glass.
Are you okay, Saab? LMAO.
It's what you
Why
guys
don't
said
in
it
theory
hurts.
train the bots to do millions of art per day to win? Or is the
Yep.
cost too high?
No, it's not, and they can already do it. But right now, the way AI works is, it's looking at images, and images are tagged with information, and it can like scan it and go like, in this image there's a sun, and then you ask it to draw sun, and it looks at all the images that has sun in it, and then gives you a result, and then you tell it no, sun, but like in Spider-Verse, and it looks like things tagged with like Spider-Verse sun, but like. Right now, the problem that with generative AI, and if you just skip past the whole that it's stealing people's data and all of that, if you skip past that, it's still the issue with art is that it's a form of communication, and visual art is not communicated through text, and so you can't really explain it that well. Even like people find like new cool prompts and stuff like that, but if you're an actual oil painter and you look at your oil painting drawing, you're you're not gonna be able to, I don't think, be able to put into words exactly what needs to happen. And that's why like when we do animation feedback and stuff, I gotta see your animation, then I draw on it to like show you what it needs to be, like what the kind of pose needs to be. It will like require too many words to explain that. But it's getting there. It's getting to the point, it's already at a point where like you can give AI like ChatGPT an image and ask for feedback, and it can give you feedback. And if a software can give feedback to itself, then like you're even more useless. Because like right now our only point is to be like, oh, keep this Reed Richards but make his suit more blue, you know. And it's gonna get to a point it's like, no, that it shouldn't be blue, this is correct, you don't know shit, I just looked through like all this data and like that is incorrect. Or like maybe I'm gonna say it like, oh, like make his arms a little bit cooler, and it's gonna be like, well, the data shows that actually not making the arms like that will make the YouTube contents be more profitable. And I'm gonna be like, well, fuck you, I want it to be like wavy. And it's like, yeah, okay, then you're not gonna just, I'll do it, but it's not gonna
The
make
world
money
is
or
slowly
something like
doing
that.
itself.
Yeah, it's, yeah. So I don't know what to tell you guys. It's like the visual side of it is also scary. You know, my
At
biggest
least for the
fear.
animation side of everything. I wonder if you could compare this to the transition between 2D and 3D.
It can't. It's not.
That would be
It's
an
not.
interesting experiment.
It's not.
To try
It's
giving
not
Adam
comparable to
feedback
that.
ChatGPT.
It's completely different. With like 2D and 3D, you need to, you have the same basic animation principles. It's the same thing. You're just like using a different brush. 3D is just like a different brush. See you later, Luciano. 3D is like literally using a different kind of a brush. That's the difference. And for a lot of people, that brush wasn't held like this and held like that, and people went like, no, this is not the same. And but a lot of people were able to transition, and the people who transitioned well was 2D animators. To make a 3D animation during that transition, the best person who could make 3D animation was people who used to do 2D animation. Like you could teach someone to do 3D animation, but if you took a Disney animator with like years of fucking 2D animation and you teach that guy how to do 3D animation, he's gonna outperform anybody else because he has like way more experience in doing animation in general. So that knowledge and experience of making animation is still valuable when you transfer to 3D. The problem with AI is that it's none of that. It has nothing to do with that. Like your previous experience doesn't translate. Well, it still kind of translates because you have the eye, so you can look at it and you can say like this is not right and it should be like this way, and you can tell that because you've done this so long that you know what it's supposed to be like. So then, someone who is not an animator maybe doesn't know that to ask that from the AI, but I could like ask it like, I want the arcs to be a little bit more like this and more like that. Right now, that doesn't work because the AI that's being made is not being made for uh, me basically, or like people like me, people who are like already in industry and stuff like that. It's been kind of stuck in this mode of like, can you not draw a single fucking shit? Now you can. And it's not really been, the tools are still, I don't really see a lot of tools still for people who still knows how to do something and to help them do it better. It's always like, you don't have to learn animation anymore, you don't have to go to school anymore, you can just click a button and do it. And it's that, those are all the ads I see, those are all the crap I see, and then the results of it is in my eye really bad. But that's another issue that it kind of shows, because like if you tell AI to make you a beautiful drawing, it's gonna look at what the general audiences think beautiful is, but that is probably gonna end up creating something that a lot of people who do art is not gonna agree on, because like it's a difference. Like someone who's been making art for 20 years is gonna have a different opinion that someone who just like looks at pretty pictures that never did a picture himself. But the AI thinks like no, like the grand majority of data that's taken from people who don't do art says this is what beautiful is. And then how do you argue that they're wrong if like 100 people looks at a picture and 80 of them agree that it's good? How do you make the voice of that 20 people louder because they have more experience in it? They're gonna be like, shut the fuck up, we all like this, just fuck off, we're all happy with this is great. And I think that's gonna start like overall lowering the quality of everything, because even now it's happening, like people are doing these like AI animated reels and stuff like that, and it's like millions of views, and I'm like looking at it and it's like awful, it looks horrible, and all the comments are like, this is the best fucking animation I've seen, holy shit, this is Pixar quality. Like that ignorance happens with my videos too. People look at my videos and keep writing in the comments like, oh my god, this is the same as Spider-Verse, which it isn't. The quality of the YouTube animations I make is nowhere near Spider-Verse level, and every animator will know that. But uh, people who don't know this, they think it's the same. And anyway, there's the software coming out making the 2D in between animation. If you want to check it out, so don't listen. I saw something like that. But can you send that on Discord? But I think I've seen something like that already. I think they made a music video with that like in between thing. But the other thing is like it's so fast. Like let's say we learned that like in between software, right? We all get like really good at the in between. So how do you get really good at it? You have to make like videos for a while with it. By the time like you get the hang of it, there's gonna be another thing, and another thing, another thing, another thing, another thing. And it's like it feels uncatchable. It's too fast. Okay, I like this idea for this animation now.
I sent it to the general chat.
Hi, I'm Dom, an animator. And working in the animation industry here in Japan, I have noticed the way the industry has changed and
What's
evolved.
after it?
Time,
Mr. Saga.
back in the early 2000s, during the transition to digital animation,
Hi, Soltaire, how's it going?
they stepped up on a technical level as
Hello.
production and advanced technologies were introduced.
Could I help you? Yes. Okay, I'll be right back.
Three D animation looks so complicated. I'll stick with 2D any day.
You know, the
Check with
when
when you get a
the club
chance.
music,
What music?
when you know when the boys are tripping on ecstasy, and then the old girls are like, you know, all bitches are in the club,
Yeah.
and it's all like the montage was great because there's the music there when they're on the boat, the music there when in the club,
Yeah.
the music, oh my god, was just amazing.
And then
like,
it gets a bit like
The sound
eerie
though.
too.
Yeah, but
That's
dude,
not
the
mine.
sound, it was coming only through the, like, you know, the speaker on a TV. It's not a great speaker. If you had surround system, that would be amazing. Because I was watching that like, wow. That episode left me like with my jaw dropped. Was way better than last week's episode.
It was cool. I liked it too.
But so much shit happened. There's the second gun now. We know now that there are two guns involved.
No. What you got second one?
Well, the matey boy, the guy from Hateful Eight, he got a gun from Sam Rockwell to kill the guy in Bangkok. So he's
Why?
got
We don't
one
know.
gun.
He got a bag.
The gun is there in the bag. I think he opened and we know what is there inside because he wants to kill the guy. So he's got a gun in Bangkok and there's another gun on Island.
Okay.
Fun.
Fun.
Did you like the episode?
Yeah, it was cool.
Good. Oh.
Nice. Cool. Okay, so I'm going too slow today. I haven't. I made like no progress with this animation, so I kind of wanna focus up at some point. Let me just finish this video.
My buddy and I found a new venture on technologies, and we are interested in using new advances in computational technology and machine learning to find new solutions to old problems in traditional animation from the ground up as artists ourselves. Our team is creating new tools to help animators throughout the whole animation pipeline, from layout all the way to self-thinking or jagged as it is known here in the Japanese animation industry. We imagine a world where you take a rough key drawing and quickly and automatically cut it down in our software, bringing it up by having our software trace the drawing, have the in-betweens be automatically created by simply specifying the two keys and inputting a simple timing chart, and color it in by specifying some reference images such as our color model sheet, and having our tool paint everything in for you. Soon we will be able to create animation in a fraction of the time that it normally takes. If you are interested, be sure to sign up updates through our mailing list in the description.
Okay. I don't know what to say. My brain is splitting into a million pieces again. There's too many things to do at the same time.
By the way, Sam's monologue was amazing. You know that monologue, that story about being a who? Thai girl, yeah? No,
What?
whatever. He didn't say, or Asian girl, or Thai girl, or whatever he said. That was all because the guy asked him why he doesn't drink, about the Buddhism. And all that story about becoming and feeling like a Thai girl and then having all the sexual experiences and stuff. This is all just because he wanted to say like, and that's why I became a Buddhist.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? It's like that
I
monologue
thought
is
he
like
was
15
fucking with
minutes
him.
long. It's great. I love
I
it.
can't find what I'm looking for. Where's the thing?
It's like
I'm
short
looking
stuff,
for?
like long story short, that's why I became Buddhist, and I'm like, wow, this is like such a good show.
There
Okay,
wa-
no more fight.
Okay. Sorry guys, my brain is too filled right now. I need to I need to dislocate some of the tasks from my brain so I can just focus a little bit better. I need to start feeling like some of the things in my head I don't have to do. So I'm gonna chuck these into the sky. And it's gonna take forever for whatever reason. Okay, Salty says 3D animation looks too complicated, I'll skip it 2D any day. If you have 2D animations to show Salty, I would love to see it. Zim has something to check out. Okay, this is done. One thing is done. Then I check the thing that Zim sent, which is this thing. Yeah, dude, I want to give feedback for this, but I can't do it right now. I haven't did nearly enough work with my thing, but it looks really cool. I'm definitely gonna give you feedback when I find a second to do so. That's that. There's something else that I just got, which I don't know what's happening. There's too many things I have to do. What is this? Zim sent me a bunch of textures. I don't know what this is. I just got like a ton of textures from Zim, but there's no Maya file. Okay. NFT screenshot. Hi everyone, I'm Salty. I just logged in for my verified Twitch account so I can text you. Let me join your Discord 1 second. You give feedback, sweet. I do. There's an art feedback channel. Thanks, Zim. I'm really like my brain is gonna blow up, but yeah, I'm gonna give you feedback for sure. NFT screenshotter is a very weird name, by the way, Soltea. People would, I feel like people would definitely ban you just by seeing the NFT in the thing. All right, am I forgetting anything? We're good now, right?
It is. OAVD, the textures are for the IW suit.
Can you send the Maya scene as well, so I put that as a rig somewhere?
I got banned for a couple of times.
I'm not surprised. I have to delay the camera. I was thinking that the camera I did was too long, but it ended up being not long enough. Which is so weird. Because I really didn't want to spend like a super long amount of time with the camera. But I guess it happened.
I sent it in DMS. Just scroll up a bit. But when people understood the deep meaning of the name,
I don't understand what
me.
DMS. There's a work in progress here. You can put it here in the work in progress, and then we'll check it out.
Don't leak link. DMS.
I don't get DMs from you. There's no DM. Did you update the old link? No, this one's just textures. There's nothing else in this.
Just reply to its song.
It needs request access again, it says.
Heyo Saab, long time no see. Hope you've been well.
I've been well. Have you been, Tiff? I remember you, Tiffsomniac. I'm good like that. I remember things sometimes. Okay, I need to reset this character here.
Yeah, sure.
And
Done. There's lens controls in the controllers above the head on the IW rig, by the way. Recently started learning Maya because I'm getting into making content for PlayStation Home. It's 2013 May, of course, but it's been a whole lot of fun.
what does that mean? Making content for PlayStation Home? I don't know what that means.
Do a backflip.
I can't. Okay, so this is gonna be my reset pose. How do I download this? Download that? Download this? Yeah, it says I already had this file, so I downloaded it again.
PS Home was a social type of game akin to something like Roblox or VR Chat, but it was Sony's version. Shut down in 2014 and now revived by modders and programmers.
That's nice.
Is Amjad here? It truly was the best interpretation of a social world.
I think that would be World of Warcraft. I think I'm about to realize that I already had this because I'm gonna go into rigs.
Screenshotter just followed.
Thank you for the follow. Okay,
Argent.
I don't know if he's here. Where's the... I lost the chat because I opened a bunch of stuff here. Close. Okay.
My friends have been playing Cataclysm Classic, but I just can't find the time to get into WoW.
Yeah, I think WoW was great, but I avoid it on purpose because it's too addictive, and it takes like way too much time for sure. But yeah, as a social world, that's definitely like WoW literally lives. You can like go in there and hang out and meet people. It's like next level.
Exactly what my buddy said.
You can just like sit on the road and just talk to people and hang out. It's too good.
I can't post anything in your server.
You need to verify your Discord account. You need to have phone verification on your Discord account.
Also, you need to wait 20 minutes.
Oh.
He said there's people who will just sit like statues in hella expensive armor, just talking to people and flexing.
Oh, it's
This
not
is
just
to avoid
about that.
raids.
There's also like
I see
role-playing
rigs as
servers.
action figures.
Yeah, it is kind of like that, Riggs. There's role-playing servers where you can do that, and there's also like Ragnarok
All
Online
right.
had this
I'll
too.
wait, I guess.
it's not about just like flexing, although people do that too. Like there's so many activities that you can do with people that's not the actual game.
I'ma head out. Take care, y'all.
See you later, Nota. Thanks for coming. See you on Tuesday.
Bye, Nota.
I might do more streams this weekend, by the way, guys, because I'm gonna be on holiday.
Night, night, Nota. Don't give me hope.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will do it.
Have a good one, Nota.
Okay, that's the animation. There's a bit of a weird weight here. I don't like that. Just skip to the step. What is this weight?
After using Maya with IK setup and proper rig controls, I can say it's about the same as what you get with Cascadator. You were right, lol.
I don't remember what I said about Cascadator. It's been a while.
It's an eye thing. It was a while ago I asked which you preferred, and you said you could get similar effects with some simple rig setup in Maya. Rain true.
Ah, yeah. There's also like plugins that do similar things to that as well.
Why isn't Ben Grimm more popular? I remember Spider-Man, Hulk, and The Thing were Marvel heavy hitters. What happened?
Fantastic Four was actually really big when back in the days, you know, in the fucking 60s and 70s. It was pretty big thing for Marvel. And Thing is popular. I think there's a thing with Thing that I might be saying it wrong, but what I remember with Thing is that he's actually physically more powerful than the Hulk. So technically he is the strongest one there is. But Hulk doesn't have a limit. So when they start fighting, Thing might be stronger, but as the fight goes on, Hulk just progressively gets stronger and stronger and stronger because he gets angrier and angrier, and there's no limit to that. So I think that's why Hulk pretty much wins every time he fights the Thing.
Interesting.
What?
I'm laughing because I think Justin Timberlake and Jimmy Fallon, and it's funny. Humor, yes, this.
What?
It's quite funny.
What is?
What I'm watching. Bye, I'm going.
Okay.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm going to Shpilko.
I'll wake you up at a ridiculous hour and get you
Super,
really
this
pissed
is what
off.
I like.
Yeah.
That's what I live for. Every single day. So yes, please do. Make sure you do. And
will.
if I'm not awake, wake me up, okay?
I will.
I know. I might bring lemon loaf later.
Oh, nice. That'd be cool. What the fuck is going on there?
I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome to the madness. Are you doing anything cool lately, Danzila? Are you animating anything?
I'm getting Maya installed.
Nice.
Maya for the win, my guys.
Yay. Maya. Stretch the fuck back out. Now. Boom. Boom. I watched Adolescence on Netflix. It's a really good show. And every episode is one shot, which is crazy. Have you guys watched anything cool recently?
I missed something. Why are they fighting?
It's a animation challenge for this month, but I'm doing a finisher. So it's just a finisher animation.
Waiting for a new The Boys season TBH.
All of the supernatural cast is gonna be on Boys now.
I owe him rewatching Futurama with my GF2 lol, that's fun.
I've never gotten into Futurama. That's the only one of those things that on paper I should have really enjoyed it, but for whatever reason it never did it for me.
I just read the top left of the screen, I got a good chuckle.
Yeah, it's one of the lovely comments I get. Bonk. Too many weirdness is going on with these rotations. Can you just be simple? Or...
I watched it when I was younger a lot, I love it.
Cool. Do you have like a favorite episode? Then maybe I should start with that one. I watched Disenchanted. I wasn't a massive fan of that one either. I don't think.
My favorite, but it's the saddest, is the one where it shows Fry's dog waiting for him all those years he was frozen.
Ah.
The first episode is also really iconic.
Bonk. How serialized is that show? Do you is it like really important to watch them in order?
Well, not entirely, it's just one of those type of shows. Of course, there's a few things you may not get, but I think it's fine. Enjoyable no matter how you watch it.
How many seasons is it? It's a proper binge, isn't it? I think when I was in uni, I started like binging it. Like I had finished binging Family Guy, and then I started watching that. Um, but it was like that very small amount of era where Family Guy was okay. Where now it's like unwatchable. I think it's been unwatchable for a while.
12 or 11. I think 12 though.
Okay.
I was so hyped to see my Spider-Man 2 PS5 poster I made in Maya in Home, a game that shut down in 2014. The HDK Maya tools are so awesome you can do basically anything.
The HDK Maya tools? I don't think I know those. I use Anim School.
Home Development Kit.
Ah. Is that for
It was
mod?
issued by Sony and is now abandonware, so it got released by a former home dev.
Nice. I had a developer kit when we were doing like paranormal penguin games, but it was for like androids. Okay, Google, set alarm for midnight.
It's my first time using
Okay,
Maya
your alarm's
Course
set
in the
for
Blender
midnight.
Wizard. But it's been fun, just different layout.
Yeah, once you learn one 3D software, it's not that difficult to transfer. That being said, I could never really do much in Blender without going crazy.
Hi all, I'm back.
Hi, I'm Jad. How's it going, dude? Thank you for that Omni Kid rig. Kid Omni Man rig.
Don't mention it, brother, but Mark is lower quality. Do you still want that?
But don't we have the Fortnite Mark? And Fortnite Omni Man. I
Any
think
tips for Maya? In terms of simple things one might not be able to find, like UV map editing, moving verts, etc. Yeah, but the styles are so different and weirdly proportioned.
we could get away if we just used Kid Omni Man. Because he's a kid anyway. You don't think it would work? I'm happy to use whatever you give me,
He'd love some invincible rigs.
basically.
There's an Avatar mobile game with cool models.
That is true. It would be cool to do some more Avatar stuff. It's been a while. So, how many of the invincible stuff do you have now, Amjad?
All of them.
But like, which ones are rigged?
Leading up to the show. Our kid Omniman.
Okay.
Rigging takes tons of time.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Even with joints.
Yeah. I'm excited to use the kid only, man. I want to finish this as soon as possible so I can do that.
Does anyone know any Spider-Man games with the Green Goblin in it?
Oh, the Spider-Man friend or foe?
Spider-Man movie game 1.
Yeah, but that has the Green Goblin from the movie. That looks horrible. And I'm sure it's someone's favorite Green Goblin, but you know, I
Friend and
complain.
Foe has weird proportions.
I complain about the skin in. Like I complain about the Sam Raimi Spider-Man's costume a lot, but I didn't even like start going on about the fucking
The first Spider-Man movie game.
the Green Goblin in that one is just, god damn it, like I hate the whole motorcycle helmet Green Goblin. It looks nothing like Green Goblin. I don't like that at all.
Friend or Foe was so fun as a kid.
What about Disney Infinity one? I know the proportions in that is different, but all of the Disney Infinity models are just fucking amazing. They look so good. Amjad, we should do a fucking bunch of Disney Infinity stuff. Spider-Man in that one looks amazing. Look at that. Look at this guy. Look at the fucking Venom in that. Look at how cool that fucking looks. It's so good. Hi, Lashers.
For you, I have that Venom 2 haha.
Yeah, it's a great Venom.
I love Disney Infinity Man XD.
Yeah, the art style of that game is really cool.
Toy Story 3 walked so Disney Infinity could sprint. The TS3 game was amazing as well. Engine was super similar to Infinity.
TS3?
What do you think of Marvel Future Revolution Green Goblin?
Ooh, that's interesting. There's so many Marvel.
In your DM.
That looks amazing. If it's this guy. Well, it looks okay. I'm not gonna say amazing. It looks cool. It looks very usable. It looks like Green Goblin. That's a good. That's good. The what about like contest of champions? I think this one is cooler. What do you think, Amjad?
Yeah, Toy Story 3 was made by, I believe, Avalanche, and Infinity was built off of Toy Story 3. Which would you prefer to animate with the one storyboard?
For bear heavy, I think I would. Oof. For bear heavy, I have a fucking design idea in my head. I think this guy, because the bear heavy one has a ton of green goblins. That's not really the goblin. So-
OUU Marvel Future Revolution has some really good goblin animations and a cool model.
I think
I
this
had it ripped as well as the anims a while back.
cool. Oh, that
Can't
looks
say for sure if I still have it though.
Marvel Strike Force. Okay, this is now getting into too stylized territory. Yeah. But this is a fucking drawing. I think the one we saw before was good. This one. But I do wanna do something a little bit different. Like I kind of wanna give his chest piece, Iron Man chest, and then I want to give him a cape. Because I want him to be able to slow fall, basically, with a booster from his chest. And I've always had this idea where like he would go so much faster than all the other gliders because his glider would like thrust with like 3 engines, and then when he crouched forward, there was like another engine on his back, so all 4 of them would shoot. And then when he throws the glider like in midair, he would just like throw the glider to chase Spider-Man, but then like he can still down slowly instead of like slamming down immediately.
So we going custom with the goblin.
I think we should use this goblin, but then put an Iron Man chest on him, and then maybe we can copy paste the cape I made for Batman. I think the Contest of Champions goblin looks pretty good.
I posted my animations on #art-showcase.
That's cool.
If you want to take a look.
I'll give it a quick look because I have to go back to animating this. Art showcase. Oh, nice. Effectsy stuff. Very cool, man. Do you have any cleanup examples? Because I have, I don't know if you know this, but I've been making this game for a while. Where does fan arts?
LMAO, unfortunately not yet.
But yeah, I've been doing this game for a while and I'm looking for someone to help with the cleanup right now. So these are some of the poses. And only this guy has the animations finished. He has all of his animations finished. But yeah, so that's the game. This is what the game looks like.
They look nice.
Yeah, but like every character except Zack is like still frames basically. But Zack is like fully animated. Yeah, there you can see like he can move around and stuff like that. But all the other guys needs a cleanup and coloring. But yeah, really cool stuff. We don't have as many 2D animators as I would like on the Discord. Welcome to us doing stuff with us. Okay, now I think I'm finally at a point where I can figure out what the fuck I can do with this arms.
Well, in preparing for college at the moment. We'll see when it's summer. I'm gonna study animation hopefully.
That's nice. I've studied animation.
Which university?
I mean, I'm Turkish. I live in UK now, but I went to school in Turkey that I doubt you would know, and then I went to Seneca.
So am I.
Oh, you're also Turkish. I went to Maltepe University, but then I also went to Seneca in
Lol, yes.
Canada. I didn't know you were Turkish. We have a few Turkish people here. Did you know I was Turkish? I mean, I guess you did since you asked about the school. Where's my music?
I'm aiming Bahçeşehir. Selam.
Cool. Where do you study, Beray?
No offense, accent gives it away.
Ah, nice.
Istanbul Aydın Uni. Selam. Alrighty, Saab him off to play some Overwatch now. I'm happy I managed to catch
Overwatch?
this stream. Till next time, bro.
Wait.
Yeah.
You're still fucking playing Overwatch? Have you not heard of our Lord and Savior Marvel Rivals? What the fuck you doing in Overwatch? That shit is done. Get with the program. Marvel Rivals is the only thing that stopped me from playing Overwatch.
I'm almost plat, don't roast. Bro, I love Rivals so much.
Yeah, it's great.
But it's too many GB for my SSD. And I had to get SM2. I hate Rivals.
Good, Beray. Repeat that, and then at some point you'll believe it, and then it won't be an addiction problem anymore. Maybe you're already there.
It's been 6 days, Sam.
Good. 6 days and sober.
I don't even think rivals LMAO.
Nice, nice. How's your sculpting stuff going?
Can I see your work, please, Berate?
There is a artist portfolio on Discord if you wanted to.
I took breaks just going back and forth to 2D and 3D. When I become SSD Somniac, then maybe we can play together one day. I play just about everyone.
I play an excessive amount of Spider-Man.
If I can find yes lol. Tremble before Bast. I'm gonna be the best animator FR.
FR.
Alright, peace FR this time. When I join next stream, I expect 6 fully made AAA games, and you learn Unreal Engine 5, 6, and 7.
We made a game jam where I did
Is
the
your
coding
drawings nice?
of Unreal.
Not exactly yet, but him working on it. When I applied to Barchishire, they only cared the drawings. You want to see mine too? Just wanted to give you heads up. Hell yeah. The Avatar XTMNT1, yeah, it was awesome.
No, we did another one after that. And that one was with like Marvel Rivals rigs. And I did all the Unreal side of it myself. I mean, I got like ridiculous amount of help. But I put everything in myself at least.
They don't care about the animation portfolio. Oh wow, I have to check this out.
It doesn't look great. It's you just go around slapping invisible woman's ass, and there's a very loud slap noise.
When I showed them my animation works, it was mainly first-person animations. They just looked at 2 seconds without even saying anything. Some teachers have bad attitudes. GGLMAO. Damn. I'm surprised at the quality of work from the community. Y'all really leveled up like crazy.
Yeah. It's all about doing shit together constantly.
I mean, the major is animation. It's kinda dumb if they don't care about the animations I do.
Ooh. Nice. I like. It's very nice. 5 stars. Life drawing, guys. Life drawing. Life drawing is the fundamental of everything, of showing you understand anatomy, showing you understand silhouette, posing, body mechanics. No one will say no to life drawing in a portfolio.
It's all about self-improvement, I say. No university can give you anything in this current educational system.
It will give you people and a community, which we're kind of trying to craft here as well. But I think that's what I got most out of university. I met people.
Exactly.
It's also nice to learn the principle of like having to do stuff even though you don't like it anymore, even though it's not fun anymore, even though you kind of hate it anymore. And now, but you still have to get a grade, you still have to finish your thing. It kind of teaches what the industry is like, which is kind of sad, but it's kind of like that.
I had a friend with insane quality drawings and paintings. He got into the list from the last accepted start, and the bad thing is that they also care about the point you are getting from YKS.
I don't know what YKS is. Is that like ÖSS?
Yes.
Yeah, that really sucks. That's really stupid.
Ugh, YKS my nightmare.
Bunch of artistic people having to do non-artistic crap stuff. Stuff up there.
What is YKS?
It's probably a Turkish exam to go into uni. I didn't know it changed. It used to be ÖSS when I was applying for uni. So there's no ÖSS anymore? It's called YKS.
similar to the SATs here in the States. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it, but just letting you know. Because I went through the exact same situation. Yeah, thanks. I really need to get in this year. Honestly, university doesn't make a much difference in my opinion. It's about the person. In my school, there is so much talent and non-talented person, but none of them pursue anything about it.
That's the weirdest truth. We get given like guidelines to follow, and then we're made to believe that it's okay to just follow the guideline, which isn't. You got to do more than everybody else if you want to be more than everybody else.
Weirdly enough, it's all about the work you do when you're not in school.
Yeah. You guys are just
What
quoting
kind
me
of
back to
things
me
you
now.
did while applying to Iden Uni? I talked about a similar subject with my professor, and he said that the uni gives you a degree that has power of accreditation that animation school, even though it could be arguably better, doesn't. And if you want to pursue higher education, degree would matter more.
That is true, but there isn't really a lot of like master's degree animations. You know, there isn't really a PhD for animation. But if you have an animation degree, then you can do a master's on something else. You can do a master's on computer science or something because it requires a bachelor degree.
Iden is just accepts if you draw mid or all right. They don't really care portfolio. I only go to university because I need degree.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
My traditional art is pretty bad. That's why I choose Varchiheha, actually. I guess that degree could give you some kind of leverage, even though I can still see it not being particularly useful for someone who just wants to pursue animation.
Degree is important if you want to travel
When
the
did you
world.
apply Varchiheha? Berate. Two years ago, exactly, and also try your shot anyways and research apply Val. Oh yeah, true that. Will DP. Do.
DP.
I wish they could specialize more at my uni. It's so spread apart that you just become a jack of all trades and a master of none.
That's the only place where that was understood for me was in Seneca in Toronto, where I could literally tell my teacher like, "Hey, I'm gonna be animating on the lighting classes," and I was like, "Yep, go for it." And I still like had to do the passing degree for it in my first year because the way it was in Seneca, I just did like a 1 year course, so I had 2 semesters. So in the first semester they said like you have to do everything and then you pick what you want, and second semester you only do that thing. And like day one I said I know I'm gonna do animation, like trying these things is not gonna change anything. I know 100% I'm doing animation and nothing else. And they were like, that's great. Nobody like tried to change my idea. And I told to all the classes, all the teachers, like, can I like animate in your classes? And they were like, yes you can. I just had to, for the first semester, do the bare minimum for like the homework and stuff. But I was like animating in front of the teacher while he was like giving a class on something else, and that was like not understood, but it was also like supported. Like they wanted everyone to be like that. Which is like the weird thing with animation schools, and they warned me about that too. They said like everyone goes in saying I'm gonna be an animator, and then everyone ends up being a modeler or something else. So be careful about that. And I was like, no, for sure, animation, 100%. I had a bunch of friends who wanted to do animation, and then they were like, fuck that, man. I'm gonna do something else. I had one friend, Gotham, and he approached it. He approached it very, very much like, what do people need?
That's pretty good. Few teachers are kind like that.
It was because I went to a college in Toronto, and I think that's kind of the mindset of colleges in Canada, where like it's like the Turkish meslek lisesi. The point of the school is to get a job, and they were like very understanding for that. But I had a friend, Gotham, and his mindset was like, what do people need right now? And I was like, rigging. Boom, I'm gonna be a rigger. And then boom, he was a rigger. He was so good. And then he got a job.
Don't tell me Meslek Lisesi, I have bad memories.
Did you go to Meslek Lisesi?
Wouldn't think a college in Canada would have something common with my Meslek Lees. Well, I was for 30 days. Wow, your anime is coming along nicely.
Thank you.
And it was like Arkham Asylum experience.
Yeah, in Turkey they have a bad rep. Because for art you have fine arts high schools, which is the one I went to in Turkey. So meslek lisesi really becomes something that's not like arts.
I had so many cherry actor developments in that 4 years.
Is that the fucking joke? Well, like when things suck, it builds character.
It did. Sue does know about this relationship between Reed and Ben.
No.
Not sure it was worth it though.
I'm sure you will find out.
Maybe she is in a corner invisible. Just watching.
Great. Every time I do anything regarding Fantastic World, it ends up being like a sexual thing for some reason.
Just made it weird XD. Ha ha, problem solved. Lol. Watching while waits a moment to attack. Solved.
Okay, what the fuck is your problem and how do I fucking fix it?
You started with that weird 2D animation and that freaky game jam. We are just your victims.
So, what do you
Clapping
guys
sound.
think I should do in this next 4 days?
You made him a porn band. I can't forget it.
So far, I think I'm most excited about like doing an invincible thing.
"4 days. What did I miss?"
I took time off from work.
I guess we could do a Bam title card.
So I was thinking maybe we could also do a game jam too. That's what I was talking
My
about on
professor
Tuesday.
asked industry people what could improve at my uni, and they had the same reaction. Needs some kind of specialization. The issue is though that the school is like a sloth, so change is slow.
It's all about you guys, Zycom. It's about what you guys do
Sounds
after
good.
school
Yeah,
at home.
you should define later a dramatic intro begins. and you want to do like an invincible game jam, or something like that.
That's not what I was thinking, but that's a great idea. Could we do an invincible game? Oh, it would be so generic. How many people have done that? It always looks the same.
With just content of the 3 seasons. Yeah, to be fair, all unis are kinda like that now.
It's not really about the uni, it's about like how to achieve success in general, and like however you define success. You know, success for you might be working in a Marvel movie, or it could be like earning a certain amount of money, or it could be like getting to like this really good school or something. But that happens, like if you're trying to achieve something that a lot of people want to achieve and not a lot of people get, then that means that you have to do something different essentially. So if you're in school and everyone wants the same thing and everyone does their homework, like statistically you know that not everyone can get the same thing, so you have to like do something else, you have to do something extra. And with that mindset, like it's everything works the exact same way. I don't know if that's a little bit depressing because it's
To me, if I see progress, I think I can do everything. But sometimes I feel like there's like a countdown to do everything.
well, that's countdown you're talking about is usually anxiety, and anxiety's reason for existence is to create a sense of urgency in you so that you will act. Because if you feel like things are not urgent,
Wait, it's not spider sense.
you won't necessarily
I need
act.
to join industry before 26.
You're worried there's not going to be industry in 27?
I mean years old.
Ah.
What age you got into the industry, Saab? But then I remember there's guys like Massa and Narita and everything is okay again.
I was 24, I think, when I was working at Paw Patrol. But when I got into
Cooked.
Frame Store, I was 28, maybe 27. I'm not sure.
Alright, there's a chance.
Dude, my friend Oli had never worked as an animator anywhere.
Okay, in 21, I guess I still got some time.
Guys, listen. My friend Oli, who was a project manager his whole life, he had went to an art uni, but he never did anything with his art degree. He never animated, he never draw. He became a project manager and like started having a life as a project manager. When he was 37, he decided that he wants to go into animation, and he went to animation mentor for 2 years. He like worked with like he went to animation mentor classes with the kids on the weekends, and then he went to his full-time job. And then at the age of 39, his first job was working as a junior animator in Framestore. So no excuse. Your age is like such a pointless thing to worry about. But you see, it's still the same idea. He didn't keep going to a job that he didn't like and complaining like everybody else complains. He did
Wow,
something
that's
extra.
very inspiring.
He took like a online course. He gave away all his weekends. You know? Then he got what he wanted. He's in ILM now working with me.
Look this guy's up. Link. Go down.
Masanarita. Model lead. Deadpool and Wolverine, Twisters, Ahsoka. That's a London guy, I think. May not be London guy.
Go to the bottom.
I know he's not London. Bueno. Engineer Satellite Communications Yokohama. In 1985, he was a satellite communication thing. Research manager,
year.
chief representative.
LMAO.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Must be an old ass guy. He doesn't look it, but
That's insane. He is the man. Bro is grinding since the beginning. And
Exactly.
of course didn't age.
Why you don't know if that's a recent picture? My LinkedIn picture. Justina has the. Well, I want to show you guys that. Justina changed the wallpaper in my laptop. Ah, it's not open yet. The PC is not on. Fuck. What can I find that picture?
Of Yao LinkedIn.
Not just my LinkedIn, but she basically. Oh my god, I don't know the last time I logged into Facebook. There's so many notifications. I don't care. Is there anything important here? New message request from Tommy. Who the fuck is Tommy? Someone, Jonathan Shedrack, messaged me and then deleted it. You will be surprised if you see tight clothes. Alright, so Facebook also has scammers and spammers, I guess. Don't you miss the smell of my pussy? Cool. Cool. How do I make sure I don't click these by mistake?
LMAO. That's a bad pee-pee cuckoo.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say?
Oh my god, there's people commenting on my posts on Facebook. And the people is Jamal. My Facebook feed is just animation because it copies my Instagram. It's just
Did
constantly
I miss the clip material
spamming.
moment?
Maybe. I'm trying to find you guys that photo of me. Hey, that's the guy I was talking about. This is when I was in Toronto. That's Gotham. That's the guy I was talking about. He became a rigger. This was a cool guy, Lucas. He went back to Brazil, I think, and I don't know what anybody else did. I think Vanessa became like an FX artist, and she cheated on him. Okay, let's not go into this. Cool. Closing all the tabs about that.
Ah. Holy. Bro LMAO.
Yeah, I can't find that
Maybe boo boo, I guess.
image.
Bro is spitting ha ha ha.
No, I can't
Don't
find
clip
it.
the guys.
Yeah, fuck it. Anyway, Justina basically made the laptop's desktop bunch of faces of me that I used for my LinkedIn profile.
It's a collage of floating heads.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
Chef kiss. Saab wanna see the design I'm working on.
I do. I always want to see everything all the time.
Saab,
fuck
I
up
saw
problem.
on IG that you made a huge Hulk 3D model out of styrofoam ages ago.
Yeah.
What was that for?
I
The Watcher.
no. I have pictures of that here. I was just looking at those. Where's that? This guy. A giant ass fucking Hulk I made.
Hulk tour.
We had so much fun with this.
Nice face.
This
Ha,
guy's
ha, ha,
sound.
that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a picture of this on my website, the finished thing. But I was working in an art gallery
Wait, how did you make that? There's a painted
with
version.
foam. But yeah, but man, I was working on this art gallery, and it was like the dumbest thing, honestly. There was this guy, and he had bought a massive 360 CNC cutter, and those CNC cutters could cut through a lot of things and had like very specific tips for like cutting different things. But this guy would only use foam to cut it, because he had this brilliant idea
Amazing.
of using a CNC machine, like making 3D models using a CNC machine to carve it on foam, and then he had this spray that like thickens over time. Then he would end up using the material of foam to make sculptures, but then he puts the spray on so it's thick. But like he thought then that foam qualifies
Fantastic.
to be, I don't know, like a 5,000 pounds sculpture or something like that. And it looked like shit, man. It looked so bad. The whole idea, like when you touched it, it felt like so cheap because it was like so light, and that spray that he put on erased so much of the 3D printed detail. Meanwhile, the detail I'm talking about is like near non-existent because you know a box of foam has like tiny foams like this big, so they're all connected, so if you break the foam, you know, those like little things will separate. So because they have those things, when the CNC machine was like cutting and carving the foam, that's basically the smallest size you can get. So it was already losing so much of the detail of the actual 3D model when you printed it. And yeah, so he had money, he had entrepreneur visa, which meant that he flat out dropped like 3 million, $4 million to Canada so he can get a visa. And he had opened that like art gallery business, and he was like trying to sell. Man, the store had like the
Please play
weirdest
the
fucking
animation.
store had like the weirdest fucking shit in it. You know, the stuff that he was selling was like stuff that's like you would never see anywhere. Um, but basically, we did a bunch of those like foam things. Like he made me model like snowman, so like we could do like a Christmas thing. And then he had this idea of like he was making me model carton pierre. I don't know how to say it in English, but you know the thing like when the ceiling and the floor connects, they sometimes do like a nice thing to blend from like the floor to the ceiling. I was making those, and he was like doing all of that with foam and putting that spray in, and he was arguing like it's just as good. But everyone thought it looked super cheap and shit, and it did look super cheap and shit. It was like ridiculously bad. Then he said like, okay, the problem is that this foam isn't detailed enough, so it has to be bigger. And then he went like, what can we do that's like really big? And he made the mistake of asking me, what do you think? And I went like, if you want to make something big, what if you made a Hulk? And it was like, great, fucking amazing, let's do it. And my god, we made a fucking Hulk. I couldn't believe that we actually fucking did that. It made no fucking sense, but in his head he was thinking like we're gonna make a massive Hulk, put it out in the lawn, and everyone's gonna see it, and everyone's gonna be like blown away. And when we were making it, honestly, it did look pretty cool. Like when it looked like this, it looked pretty cool, and like the details were showing because it's like fucking massive. Look at the size of that. And let me see if I can find the finished version of it. I remember begging him not to do the spray thing on it, and I was like, no, like with the spray thing it's better. And I'm like, it's not better. It like smooths everything out. It's gonna look horrible. It looked quite cool when it was just the foam, but then he put that stupid like this is, if you see this thing, this is like a test print we made, and this test print was when he put that thing on. This thing that you guys see, the big thing, this I cannot tell you how many pieces was that, and the CNC machine couldn't do this in like one sitting, so I had to make like so many sheets of like I had the foam boxes planned out, and it had to be like lined up on one line, and it would like turn it like a sideways shawarma. And I had to set up like so many pieces in a way that we could get it in like one sitting, and then we had to cut all of that, and so much work. And after it was done, with my friend Sam, who was also working here, we like sanded everything down, and after the sanding part, I went in with like a hot glue gun, and I like redid a bunch of stuff on the whole model because the details were erased. But with the hot, it wasn't a hot glue gun, it was like a hot wire. The wire was so hot it would like immediately melt through. It was like having a lightsaber. It would immediately melt through the foam, and I was using that to actually do carving because it would cut through the little pieces of the foam, so I could get like more detail. And we ended up here, and then he painted it, and I was like, okay. I was like already at the stage of leaving at this point. This is the actual model. But yeah, then the day I was leaving, I saw that he had the whole thing painted orange, and I was like, why? why did you paint the Hulk orange? And he was like, it's more eye-catching. And I was like, ugh. Why would you make Hulk orange? But this looks. But do you see like how many bunch of pieces there are? This took fucking forever, man. Yeah. Meanwhile, by the way, when I was doing this stuff, I was going home every day and working on my animation portfolio. And this place was 4 hours away from where I lived. So I was like losing 4 hours every day on the train. It was tough. I learned a bunch of stuff on like ZBrush because I was happy I got an art adjacent job, but I wanted to be an animator, and I had only animated, like I told you guys in like school. I was like, I'm definitely gonna do animation, and then I ended up getting a modeling job because I couldn't get any other jobs. But yeah, I would like I couldn't be sick because every time I lined up a animation interview, I would have to call in sick. So when I was actually sick, I wouldn't call in sick because I need those like sick day arguments for that. But yeah, it's, you know, it's good. Life building moments, I guess. You find out how much shit you can endure, and it's important, I think, to know that. Because if anyone pitches you something like that, you would say no. But sometimes you find yourself in those situations because you didn't know better. And then you find out, oh, like this shitty situation, I guess I could do it. You know? How many years did I learn animation? I mean, I had a 4 years university, and I didn't really animate before uni. I was more on the drawing side of things. I knew I wanted to do animation, but I didn't even know where to start with animation, and internet and YouTube wasn't really how it is now. And I really started like animating at school, but then I kept like doing my own personal stuff while I was at school.
You went to a university.
But not enough, to be
I
honest.
started working for commercials or ads. I'm not sure where all that shit ended. I did some cloth sim or particle sim, modeled packages of snacks or toilet paper.
I've done stuff like that too.
Like that.
I've done stuff like that too. I would say like I didn't really, I definitely didn't do the things that I'm telling you guys to do in my uni years in Turkey. And the result of that was that like I thought like I was just gonna study this school and then I'm gonna get an animation job and everything's gonna be perfect, and then I graduated and
one time I did
got
the
fuck all.
Shazam letters in 3D. I guess it was an ad for a cinema.
I did the Nando's chicken in that art gallery place. But yeah, it was really the first time that I like got my shit together was in Canada, because my parents sold the house to be able to afford my 1 year of studying in Canada. And then I went with like a very different mindset. I went like, I'm gonna fucking do this. I'm not gonna make this thing get wasted, you know? And then the whole thing that I do now of like constantly making something
I used to do Stickman before,
started
and by used to
in
I mean
Seneca,
one video
not
of
in
a
Montepe.
phantom Stickman growing big and stomping on someone.
Stickmans are
And
cool.
you made it.
Well, not at first. Man, I really, I would say, became the person I am in Seneca because I went to full on like, okay, like let's work every day, let's try every day kind of modes, and I worked like so much, and everyone in the school would call me the aquarium guy because the class was made of glasses, and everyone in the school would constantly see this one guy sitting, working all the time. But even after all of that, it didn't work out. And when I graduated, when I did my like animation reel, all my teachers were like, "Man, like day one, you're getting a job. Like your reel is solid. It's looking like a reel from someone who's already working, and everywhere is hiring. You know, in Toronto, there was like so many animation jobs, and like all my teachers and stuff was like, for sure you're getting a job. Like don't even fucking sweat it." And then I did everything else right too. You know, I did all the correct career stuff. I went to all the expos, and I emailed constantly to everywhere, and to make sure, what do you call it? You know, to make sure I'm not gonna send like 2 emails and then just give up. You know, like I kept like sending emails and stuff, and I kept having interviews, and I kept having like amazing interviews, and then the job just never happens. And then the once and twice and third and fourth, and then it's gotten to a point where like I have to start working. And then I got this job on Craigslist, this Hulk job that I was showing you guys. It didn't start as Hulk. Hulk was like the last thing we did there. But yeah, that was like so confusing to me. It was so confusing to all my friends too, because they didn't understand how I couldn't get a job. But then I found out that the reason I couldn't get a job was because of my visa type and how the taxing works in Canada and all of that. But then eventually I got a job uh, in Guru, and then people said nice things about me in Guru, so then I ended up getting a job at like one of the biggest animation studios in Toronto at the time. And then I was like, okay, now this is great. And then my visa shit didn't work out, and then I had to go back to Turkey anyway. And like it still felt like it all went to shit anyway. You know, I tried so hard every day for like almost 3 years in Canada, like overcome so many bullshit that wasn't my fault. You know how they do the visa stuff and everything, and at the end I still had to go back to Turkey, and that was super fucking difficult, because when I went back to Turkey I felt like the last 3 years of my life was for nothing, and I just found myself as like an unemployed guy with a university degree in Turkey, just like thousands of other art students in Turkey. And I was like, oh fuck off. So I guess I start over again from scratch. And yeah, yeah. But you know, then you don't give up again, and 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 then it happens. That's an
Yeah,
interesting
that is
studio,
definition of
Denzel.
sacrifice.
Yeah,
We fall to rise.
exactly. Denzel, I don't think there's like a limit like that. With leads, there is a limit, because you don't know how much your team needs a lead, and some shows needs a lot of leads, and some shows needs no leads. But with seniors, it's not the same thing, because a senior can fill any role. A senior is basically someone that's like the same level of quality in animation to a lead, or you know, pretty much to a soup as well. But leads and soups give a lot of feedback, and they get better at giving feedback. Which, I mean, doing this thing with you guys, I can tell that definitely makes them better animators. To be honest, just giving feedback definitely makes you better. Speaking of which, I gotta give feedback to Zim. Point. How do you reconcile the hard facts of animation, the fun side of learning teaching animation? It's Um, I don't know if I
We
got
definitely
the
need to
question
do some
correctly.
plans to the 4 days. Are you sure you don't want to just rest or play some games? I yen la HOCAM yenini gordon beginning dedum.
Hi Leonis, the text to speech doesn't work with Turkish, but thank you for coming. Thank you for saying hi. Yeah, so I don't think I understood what you said, Zaykam. So I didn't understand quite what you're asking.
Bro, sorry, LMAO.
No worries. The text to speech gets a bit weird with Turkish letters and everything.
Like one time you told me that animation is fun on the surface, but it is actually hard. Fantastic work so far.
Thank you. Yeah, animation is like finding a needle in a haystack in some ways, and
M. Danzilla say that again.
you have to like really enjoy it
I'm going to walk
to
with
be able
my
to
dog.
do it.
See you guys later.
See you, Diego.
CYA later, bro.
The thing I think is
CYA
that
Diego.
when animation is hard,
Say what again?
I still feel like it's
Rude.
it's like a hard I can do. You know, like if you tell me it's hard to do like your taxes, that doesn't make me feel like, oh, I can't wait to do what's hard and like come out
Clearly
strong
you don't
at the
use
end.
Reddit.
I don't. How could you tell I don't use Reddit?
By Digo.
But yeah, so with animation, when things are hard, I feel, because I'm an animator and I love animation, I enjoy animation, I feel like that's a challenge I can take, and then to prove myself that I'm a good animator because I overcome that challenge. But if you don't love this stuff, I think it would be like too difficult a job to do because it's so many little things. But you know, it's like it's kind of like trackable, and you track how well you get by like the cooler stuff you do, you know. And I feel like for most of the things that I'm not good at is because I can't track my progress clearly, or like it's not fun to do so. Like lifting 4 apples and then getting to a point that you can now lift 5 apples is not as exciting as like now I can do a Spider-Man swing, you know. I know that. I didn't realize you were talking to Danzilla. It's a joke, Danzilla, where in the fantastic movie, where
Nice, bro.
they made the A. Hi, Bounty Hunter Bloxfruits. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, basically in that movie they never say Fantastic Four, and then at the end of the movie, Ting says, "That's fantastic," and then Reed Richards goes
Before
like,
I used to animate without knowing
Say
why
that
things
again?
work the way they do, it's like asking why do we track acts this way? Why not this way? That's why I hated tutorials and coping workflow. Fantastic game.
"Thank you."
Good night, good luck.
But this is not a game. But thank you, Leonis. Take care. Crowley should have a stretchy thing.
Bye. Now I think I know what you mean, Saab. But I meant more like how would you translate that info to your students as a teacher?
I think
Saab, did you ever finish your kaiju animation?
no. I barely remember what that was. I think that was like a Charizard thing. I think Zaikam, the way to do it is like I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, and I am kind of in your shoes already, and like thinking like what would like make me learn something, and for me the driving factor has been that like if I learn this, then I can go do this thing I like. If I learn how to do this, then I can go do Crowley. If I learn how to do this, then I can go do Zack and Time. And I think that's why some animation schools has this thing where like you're gonna have a finishing project where you're gonna make a short film or something, and then you're learning because the end goal isn't to pass an exam, but like you get to do what you wanted to do. So I think all these like tough things that needs learning, um, if people have their own projects, I think that would like make it easier to teach. But then at the same time, everyone's gonna wanna have a project where like Spider-Man swings around, and no one's gonna wanna have a project where like someone walks very slowly for a long time. Which like doing the guys walking very slowly is actually way harder than making Spider-Man swing. So how do you teach that? Is the question. Some places do group projects, so maybe you have a cool shot, but you also have to do a boring shot, and then you end up learning from both. Um, but I think it's maybe it could be done in a way where like I make a schedule, right, and the schedule includes body mechanics, and it includes like weight lifting and weight shifting stuff, and it includes like walk cycles and all of these things that it includes, right? And then you tell me you love fighting games and your project is to make a fighting game. I think then in that case I can be like, okay, what if you made a fighting game with a very heavy guy, and then he has to walk very slowly, and maybe like try to find a middle ground with you that you still feel like it's your idea, but I also made sure you're gonna end up doing the thing that's important to do. Maybe that could be like a thing. Honestly, I think that would like motivate me the most. Like if I went to a company and the company's like this is the kind of company that I would want to run. You know, I would want to hire people based on like the hiring process would be like, so if you had this company, what would you do? And I would look for an answer that's like, oh, I have this fucking idea, right? So like there's this guy and his tail turns into a fucking machine gun, and then but he has to not fart, and then like if someone says like a idea that they're like super excited about, I would want to hire someone because I can promise him we'll make that idea, man, rather than like we'll give you this much money. um, I think that would be a cool company, you know, like if we somehow like hired people with the mindset like, okay, so like to make money 4 days we're gonna do what this client wants, but then there's gonna be one day where everyone's gonna do their own projects and we're gonna help each other make our projects be possible. But it's kind of like wishful thinking because like I know I see how the industry is, and um, all this stuff I'm doing outside of streams is to just, it's not just for that, but it's constantly reminds me that I love this and I love doing this. But you'd be surprised when you get in how quickly it becomes a job. 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. clock in, clock out. Um, Lasher says, bro, I think I need to rewatch every stream of yours and use it as a podcast. You always say so interesting and useful stuff. I wonder what all I'm saying. Oh, Thank you, Lasher. It's when you guys like ask interesting questions, I feel like the streams go in like a much better way. And sometimes I have like people over to chat, and that also helps a lot. Vlad says, "Hi, bro. Saw your last video. Spirit Spider-Man, awesome, good work. Thank you, Vlad. Vlad Venov. Top 10 Vlads. This Vlad. Oh fuck, I did like a Spider-Man kiss.
What do you prefer in animation, its realistic moves, or many effects? Could you elaborate on that? It feels like a job part.
I will. And I am a fan of seeing really well made animation. And effect usually hides that. Effect is like really good for emphasizing what you want to say, you know, like it's a great exaggeration tool, and that's why like it works so well in animes and stuff. So you draw one frame of a guy hitting a wall, and you don't really animate it. It's just like one frame like slides into a wall, but then you do like a massive smoke effect, and it really feels like that was like such a strong punch, which is super cool to see, and I really like that. But as an animator, I always kind of want to see, like, do you know how to make him hit that wall and just bounce off of it and stuff like that? And that's what I'm interested about. Some ideas work better for other stuff, like for invincible stuff. Effects I think is like super important, because the whole like super punch thing, it just ends up becoming like environmental destruction animation at some point. Anyway, so what I was saying about like it becomes a job is, you know, we were talking about that the other day on the stream too. You get into this job because you want to work on these movies, right? Like you want to do this stuff, but you want to feel like you're the one who's doing it. But the reality of the industry is, and it has to be this way, is when you do actually work on one of these movies, it's like someone constantly watches what you do. Don't do that. Don't put that there. Put this here. And you're like, okay. And you sit down. Don't do that. Put this here. Don't do that. Put this there. Don't do that. Put this here. And then someone sees this and gives note, and you do it. Somebody else says it, gives another note, so you have to redo the whole thing again. And then somebody else sees it, and you have to redo it all over again. And there is like so many people's opinion on the shot you're doing is so much more important than whatever your opinion is. Then people start to get like really distant, because you stop feeling like it's your shot, because everyone keeps telling you to do something and you never get to do what you want. Because even if you did what you wanted to, it doesn't matter. And the role of the supervisors and the role of the lead is to give you notes, so that the supervisor doesn't have to give you notes. And the supervisor's role is to give you notes so that the client doesn't have to give you notes. And then there's also like visual effects supervisor and all this like other people in the middle too. And then even if you do everything right, the client is probably gonna watch the animation you made, and it's gonna be the first time they see it, and they're gonna be like, should it be thing? Maybe it should be Invisible Woman. And then you're gonna be like, that's the whole shot. Like you just change the whole shot, and it happens. It's at that point it becomes like a perspective thing. When I first got into the industry, this stuff didn't faze me at all because I thought, like, I'm learning so much and you're paying me. Like, I would pay to get this education and I'm getting with all these like amazing animators looking at my animation every day and giving me feedback. You know, I try to give you guys feedback, but I do it like once a month for each of you. Imagine like getting a detailed feedback 3 times a day for 3 months. The speed that you get better is fucking insane. So when I first got into the industry, I was like very much like, I don't understand why people are complaining. This is fucking amazing. But then after a point where you get a little bit better at it, you start to feel like, oh, like these are just opinions. You know, they're not. It's not right and wrong anymore. It's just like my opinion versus your opinion, and we also always have to go with your opinion. But you know, there's people have those opinions not because they hate your ideas. It's because they are better at assuming what the client's gonna want. And so often, like, you have a cool idea and people think that's a cool idea, but then they go like, I don't think clients will want that, so let's not do it. And then it becomes like your daily tasks becomes a list of things that you'd rather not do. And then if you're coming in every day to work and doing stuff that you'd rather not do, then suddenly you are an accountant or a marketing rep, or like, you know it doesn't matter. The fact that you're animating stops mattering for a lot of people, essentially, because you just come into work and you do something that you don't want to do. And the whole dream of like wanting to be an animator is so that we get to do something fun for a living, right? Like, you're enjoying this and you'd rather do this thing that you enjoy instead of solving math problems or studying history or something like that. That's why we get into this. And it really sucks when it becomes a job, essentially. But yeah, it's tough. And also sometimes you don't get to, not sometimes, you rarely ever get to pick what like movie you're gonna work on. And for example, my last movie, Mission Impossible, was really hard for me.
Sort of depressing, sad face.
Yeah, but it's again, it's a mindset thing, right? Like, if you're looking at this whole experience as like something you learn. So for me, I feel like I'm sometimes more able to not get jaded because I'm still thinking like, this is fuel for Zack and Time, this is fuel for Crawley, this is fuel for like showing you guys on stream and all of that. And because my main goal isn't to make the most amount of money from work or like to make the client the happiest person in the world, my goal, I have like all these other side projects that is my goal, and all of these things is making this possible. And no matter like how much you complain about like the stuff at work that you maybe don't want to do, you're still animating. Imagine the same thing, but you're not animating, you're doing some other job, and then you have to come home and animate only then. And then, you know, the guy who animates at work and then goes out of work to animate some more is definitely gonna make a better animation than the guy
What the
who does
motivation
something
you
else.
have on everyday hard work? It's think about great project or other stuff.
I mean, it's kind of, I would say you need to be like a little bit disciplined with it, which is again something we talk a lot on the stream. You need to, it's not enough to say like, I want to do great things. You have to say like, I'm gonna do this great thing Monday at 6 p.m. every Monday at 6 p.m. and saying no to things a Monday at 6 p.m. And the general mistake we do is that when we have a good idea, we go like, I'm gonna say no to everything until I do this, and like, this is gonna be the best thing ever. And then you say no to everything because this thing is like the thing that you really want to do, which is not sustainable, and then you end up not finishing what you started, and then next time you have an idea that you want to start, your brain says like, you're not gonna finish it. You didn't finish this other thing that you were gonna do. Why would you finish that? And then that becomes like a depressive thought process where you stop starting projects. And the solution for that is not really motivation, because motivation just fades. It's discipline. It's to have a set time to do the things that you think is important for you, is what I would say. But yeah, I'm sorry, it's like sometimes I feel like I'm revealing too much of like the jaded side of the industry. But you know, it's like everything else, you know, it's life. Everything can't be like
Would
amazing
you,
all the
Gene,
time.
really say it's better to always finish the projects? Or is it fine to start new projects and stuff?
It's
You're a
based
very
on
big brain in your head.
it's based on what you want to do, right? Like, it's definitely easier to keep starting new projects, and it's definitely harder to commit and finish a project. But like, if you're learning stuff and you feel like you learned enough from something, it's okay, I think, to just go do something else. um, but you have to be careful with that, because usually what happens is we do projects because it's fun, because you're good at it, and then you hit the point of the project where you're not good at, and then it becomes boring because the process either slows down, maybe you don't know what the next step you have to take is, and the whole thing goes into like a very slow chug, and you're not enjoying anymore, and things are not progressing anymore, and then you get bored and you want to stop and start a new project. The
Though
thing
I appreciate the honesty a lot.
the thing to look out for in that situation is to see that if you always stop at the same part of the project, then you spotted the thing that you're not good at, that you need to get good at. Like, if you wanna animate stuff and you model and rig stuff, and you get to animating, you just decide, oh, I should like do this model instead, and every time you skip the animation, that means that part needs more work. Or maybe you always block out animations but you never spline them. Like, if you have like a bunch of animations you made and they all are like 40% done, for all of them you did blocking, and when you were like starting spline you stopped, then that's the problem. That's your problem. You're not good at splining. That's what that means. You don't know how to spline. You don't know the steps required to do that, and you gotta be careful about that. I guess like maybe you should like do projects like thinking, I'm doing this project because I want to learn this, and like the last game jam, I wanted to learn Unreal, and that's why I did that project, and I learned a lot, and I don't care that the environment was not completely done perfectly. I got what I wanted from that. I got what I needed for that, and then I don't feel bad not finishing that and moving on with that project. You know, we did what that was good for. I appreciate honesty a lot. The mindset change shows a lot of optimism, respect. Thanks. I really like those talks, even if it's the bad part of the industry. It's the truth, and it's nice to get a look on how to it's actually easier, since we talked with DMs last time. I really got into projects to learn a specific thing and to develop. Yeah, it helps a lot, I think, to do something, to learn something. I, for example, for this one, I don't really do too many stretchy stuff, and I had started doing one stretchy thing with Reed, and I didn't finish it, and I didn't finish it at the point where I'm gonna have to do a lot of stretching. So this one I finished. I'm almost finished. Gonna finish.
Yeah, I understand, man. I am very glad. You still work and it's great. Don't stop. I think you have big future.
Well, I hope so. You know, I see now. The thing is that I'm struggling with is the things that I fixed is I'm happy with, but now there's more light on the things that I didn't fix, and which is I'm not good at social media, I'm not good at content creation, I'm not good at tracking what audiences want, I'm not good at marketing myself, I'm not good at creating things with a sale in mind, because I've always like done cool shit that I think is cool, but it's not bringing any money. But money was never my main goal, so that's why I'm here. You know, that's why, because money wasn't my main goal, everything else improved, but money didn't. So now I have to go like, okay, so what can I do to improve that part? And everything in that part is like stuff I don't want to do. Um, yeah, and it's weird. Like it used to be that I wish like I was able to study more. You know, like I wish I was like dedicated and I wouldn't stop and I would like finish the projects I started and stuff like that. And now that I can do that, I kind of wish I would just keep doing that. But no, I have to now, you know, figure out how to make a YouTube video to bring more people in. Another
Damn,
thing,
tonight's talk is deep.
yeah. Another thing is the whole like teaching thing, which like I've read a lot of
very interesting
books about
one,
this. I read a lot of books about this, and like apparently all the social media content really is either educational or entertaining. And I think even though I do like weird Spider-Man animations and stuff like that, I think my main purpose that you guys, main thing that you guys get, is education adjacent from these streams. So I really think I should make like a class or something. But I've done it once, and it took a lot out of me to do that class. Like I really had to push myself. I promised myself I would do it, then I did it. Uh, and then like Zygon helped edit it and everything like that. But see, that's not super fun for me. So I have to figure out a way of either like dedicating to it or making it more fun. Because I want to be able to teach you guys more, but I also don't want to do like walk cycle animations and stuff like that. Um, I guess like the best thing to do is something like the game jam, where like we make a project together, and we end up getting a project, and at the same time I get to like teach you stuff. We can do an animation jam during this weekend. Maybe that's what we do. You know, we will start an animation and we'll animate for 4 days, and then we'll promise not to do any more after those 4 days. So we get as much as we can done, but then that's it, you know? Like a game jam. You do your best until the ring sounds, and then you gotta go do something else.
Sounds nice.
How is your weekend looking like? I have a thing on Saturday, to be honest. When I say weekend, I'm like saying like Friday to Monday, because Friday and Monday I'm not gonna go to work. Um, but yeah, maybe we can. I mean, it's a bit late to talk about this now on a Thursday night, where we didn't let like everybody know. But I found out today that my holiday was approved.
What do you think about something new stuff for Spider-Man game? I mean, Insomniac Games show us many new, but maybe you have many ideas about it.
I do have many ideas about it, and we added a lot of stuff to the game. I don't know. See, I didn't make a crawly video in a long time too, but there's like a playable race in the game now, and you can chuck cars at each other and stuff like that. Although not each other really, you can like surf with the cars and stuff like that. But see, that's that. With games, there's something called what do you call it? Development creep is a real thing with games, where you keep thinking of cool ideas and adding more cool ideas, then the game never finishes. And every time in a game you add an idea that wasn't originally there,
Rabbit hole.
yeah, and it's also very destructive for the game to add ideas after the fact. So we just want to like wrap up Crawley rather than adding like more things to it. I don't think I ever saved, and I think my Maya crashed. I think it crashed. I have autosave. I may have lost like the last 10 minutes or something.
Rip Maya.
Yeah, I clicked bake. It might be doing it, but usually the bake shows you the thing moving on the screen. Nothing is moving, so I'm a bit worried about that. Let me open up a new scene. Ooh, saved 3 hours ago. Autosave.
I'm always so scared that it
Okay.
crashes. I save the file Sue many times, haha.
Yeah, I have autosave.
Maybe you need some team for finishing that project. Yeah, now it's just race game, but who knows? Maybe it's will something cool.
We have a written plan for the combat in that game as well, but we have to wrap up the race thing first. Nah, see, it did it again. It broke all the... I really don't understand why this is happening. It's such a weird thing. Okay, let me try to undo this. Is it fixed now? Yes, when I undo it, it's fixed. This is so bizarre. You know, I think I'm gonna do the invincible animation because I do wanna
It's Mr.
holiday.
Fantastic Fight.
It's just this is we're doing a animation challenge where we're all animating finishers this month. So this is just a finisher animation for Mr. Fantastic.
I'm thinking of Spider-Man stealth takedown.
That's a cool idea. I guess we're gonna do a coming down from the ceiling drop.
When do we get access to the camera layout file, by the way?
I sent it to the guys, but we said Friday. I
This
think that's what
Friday,
they're
I
waiting.
think.
Yeah. The mods have everything, right, Bera? You guys,
Oh, okay, sick.
you guys have everything, right, Bera? You don't need anything else. We just said Friday on Tuesday. I think that's what they're waiting for.
Yes, I believe so.
Cool.
Actually, your feedback videos in art, I believe, are very useful. I just wonder if you need to get permission from the person to edit and upload on your channel.
Those are not being watched, but maybe it's because they're not edited nicely. But yeah, no one really watches those videos, man. I honestly have a weird feeling that people who I make those videos for don't even watch it.
I mean, if you had some sound, cuts, wouldn't that help? Lol.
I mean, I guess.
So
I don't
wanna
know
hear
though.
the design
It's-
I'm working.
It's yes, I do. Did you send something
You know, I've
before?
wondered,
Did I forget to
because
check?
I've actually done it. If animators who are serious will watch the most boring, long video if it's from a pro lol.
What did you do?
Hey Sarp, how's it going?
It's going good. How's it going with you?
I mean, I think a lot
Jamal.
of stuff you could cut out from your streams, edit together and put into shorts, videos. You often say so useful, interesting stuff that's helpful. Beret, that character looks great.
Yes, let me look at it. Oh, it does look super cool. Soundwave. It's kind of like Spot. Wait, is that an actual character?
It's going okay.
It looks really nice. There was a weird thing that they did with Marvel's Avengers Claw
Love the shading.
fight.
Nope, I don't know if there is, but I created it. Yeah, you mean jackpot.
For fuck's sake. There was a thing
I
in this
watched a
game.
2-hour unedited video on acting feedback by head of character Alan for Arcane.
That must have been a good video. Was it a Spider-Man villain? No. I don't think his name was Soundwave, but there was a... Yes, this is the guy I was trying to find, I think. Clayton Cole.
There's some symbiotes with spirals on their head. Okay, lore. The guy from the Black Panther.
Yeah. He has like a sound hand. But this looks super cool, dude. I really like the shading you've done on it too. I can see it like animated already. It'd be very cool.
Yo, Jamal.
So this thing, need to.
Haha, thank you. He has soundwave ability, of course, but I want to make hero named Radiant as his counterpart. One creates sound waves, the other light rays. Yo, Zion. But IDK how people can get better SARP if they don't watch the feedback video. Or maybe the audience is not as big as I thought. Is Gemel still here?
The problem with that
How's
is
Mr. Fantastic going?
so that's the part. I'll show it to you in a second, Jamal. I'm trying to clean something. That's the part that I was telling you before. Like doing the feedback is the boring part. But like constantly doing that needs to create like
Are you creating a character?
a suffocation that you really don't want to go through again. You know, when you get those like feedbacks and then you have to fuck up your animation and redo so much of the work and it's like a fucking pain in the ass. That like doing it anyway really teaches you like, okay, how can I make this animation so that I don't have to go through that painful thing of like redoing everything again, because I know I'm gonna get that note again. Like that's what happens at studios. Like you get one note and you just go like, man, like can you just give any other note? That's gonna like fuck everything. And then you get that note once, you get that note twice, and the third time you're like, okay, I'm gonna make this scene in a way that I'm not gonna get that fucking note. And that's how you learn. Then all these things like adding up. So it's not really watching the feedback videos, it's more doing it, getting the feedback, doing it, showing it again, and getting more feedback, doing it, showing it again. There was this guy, his account is like Fadilla, he has an Instagram. I used to give him a lot of feedback and he did all the feedback, and I don't, he works, I think, does he work on, I don't want to say something wrong, I might be confusing him with somebody else, but he's definitely working as an animator now. I forget where he was working at. Okay, so now I'm gonna animate this part. How are things, Jamal?
Hello.
Hey, Bjorn is in the house. How's it going, Bjorn?
Hi G Mall, hi Bjorn. Look at me. SARP used to give me feedback also. Now I'm an animator somewhere.
Nice.
So what does the audience want really? Lol. All good, thanks making breakfast, hee hee.
I mean, let me know if you can figure it out. Are you still vegetarian when you make food for yourself, Bjorn?
Things are a bit rocky, but looking forward to doing some ML. Drawing.
You know, what the audience wants is not really the question. The question is like, what do I really want? And I think my mindset is like, I want to do my random projects. Great. No one wants to pay for those. Great. So then I think I kind of want to make a team, and that's why the way the Discord is going makes me so happy. But like, it's the same thing. Like
No,
I go to
meet
work.
again for now. Also because I don't understand what the packaging says.
awesome, Bjorn. Oh, that must be tough, man. You don't know what the packaging says, so you just eat it. Yeah, so I was saying earlier that like when things are difficult at work,
Dude, I'm tired of watching courses.
it feels bearable if I feel like the end goal is that I'm gonna use these in my projects. I feel like with the Discord, I also feel like we're making kind of like a team, and I get like more and more excited that the stuff we could do together, you know, like there's like so many of us now, and everyone's like getting better day and day. We can really do some cool shit together. Maybe that should be the focus, and the learning will come by itself instead of trying to force myself to figure out a way to teach everyone. Maybe we should just like do stuff together, you know. I think like we kept having like a different thought process, but it keeps ending up at the same place. So yeah, maybe we should do like a group project. No more Spider-Man fan films. You don't want a Spider-Man fan film? With doing things together, I usually hit the point where it makes
Most
it
people
hard.
disappear in group projects.
Yes. So monetary return for that would be
LMAO.
good. You know, if
Shorts like you did in your channel with Lucas, it's cool. I think I'm gonna call it a night.
Alright, Danzila. Next time, tell us how your work is going. Also, I'm probably gonna stream maybe tomorrow
Good night, Dan.
or on the weekend.
Good night, Danzilla.
Good night.
Night, Danzilla.
Night Danzilla. It's like a night monkey from Spider-Man Far From Home.
Bye.
Night Danzilla. It's like a black suit Danzilla.
Ciao. Thank you all.
No, I think I'm gonna find the final pose and then work my way into making that work. Man, I really wanna finish this so I can
Looks
do the
great.
invisible thing. Thank you. Every day I excitedly check my email, hoping that there's gonna be a mail from Kyle. So I get to
Yes,
rework.
Fry, cool. You don't have his WhatsApp to bother him.
No. I mean, I wouldn't do that. We already talked. Alright, this is his final pose.
By the way, did you end asking to Josh about the ring?
Yes, and he told me to ask Kyle.
Great LMAO. Which rig? Maybe the
Sarp.
tool that has Josh is the same that uses Keel.
No, Josh said
The
that.
$1 million question. How to get people to stick on a group project.
Money. Look at Pixar, DreamWorks. Everyone has been doing this for a while. Money. Maybe we should do a crowdfunding together.
Yeah. Lol. Monopoly money is fine for me. What said Josh?
He said that he made a auto rigger for the body mechanics stuff, basic body mechanics stuff for his Halo stuff, and he said there is no face. And Amjad had already rigged the body. It's really the face that I need help with.
Damn, that animation looks so smooth.
Thank you. It's gonna look smoother and better and fantastic at some point. I'm loving the rigs.
Even
Thank you,
it doesn't have
Amjad
space
again.
auto rig stills, very impressive. Both of them have their own auto rig tool LMAO.
Yeah.
How close to end is this animation going?
Well, the thing needs a lot of work. I'm trying to fix that up now. Then I think I'm gonna do another pass on Reed's head and maybe the arms because they still like flicker around a little bit. But the thing needs the most right now.
Looks fantastic though.
Thank you. That's the point. Oh fuck, did I forget to say that again? Also, I want to do a face pass on thing as well.
LMAO. Oh, there's face joints.
Yeah.
But I guess I'll just do whatever. The momentum will keep building. Funny pun.
I like doing stuff all the time. It never is wasted. It always ends up.
I don't want to give
Getting
false
somewhere.
hopes, but I think tomorrow I'm going to try to animate Soundwave versus Radiant.
Who's Radiant? So you're gonna animate tomorrow, Diego? Are you gonna do something
It's his
tomorrow?
just counterpart.
Oh, nice.
Like Wolverine's Sabretooth.
I see. Like Flash and Reverse Flash, and Captain America and
Oscar
Jessica.
Isaac.
Cool. And Zegam, are you planning on doing something tomorrow? Like a animation thing? I think I can stream so we can like do this again. But I think I will do whatever music stream, maybe.
Yeah, working on my Anim project. OMG, whatever stream thing.
The music I meant.
I like how Reed steps on Thing Cool.
Thank you.
In that angle looks like Reed has a big ass. But is just his back.
This fuck's sake. I cannot
Sar,
fix that.
I wanted to ask if you have any tips of finger animation. How do you approach it?
I generally do main poses and then I will go through and start trying to decide which one should lead, which one should follow. But for what I'm doing for this, because it's so fast, I'm not gonna do that. Maybe for this part I could do like a cool finger thing, but for majority of it it's too fast to like track what's going on. But yeah, then I would do like a lot of offsets basically. Whenever I do something like this, I get a bit bored when I'm doing the other character because the first character already told the whole story. Now the rest kind of feels like busy work.
Yeah, you just want to animate the protagonist.
Yeah. It's not just that, it's also like it's the idea, right? Like idea is the part I want to do and I did it. It's like the idea is there. The how they fight is not gonna change when I'm done doing this, and that's the parts where that kind of starts to get boring. I feel like I already storyboarded it and blocked it out, and now it's just work. But that's okay because it's gonna look cool when it's done, and I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna be happy. I'm trying to kind of like cut corners, which I think is gonna end up costing me more time.
Man.
Thank you.
It's incredible how high poly are the in-game rivals models.
Yeah, it's very good quality. Like, can't select it now, but
I guess
I mean,
animators
it's
don't
not.
use this versions.
Well, I don't know. It's actually, I don't know, man. Honestly, it's weird. Yeah, I was looking
I'm
at.
impressed by how you do all this on just the timeline and viewport and still have it be smooth.
I have Graph
Every
Editor
box
here.
has their own shape on Topo LMAO.
I have Graph Editor on the other screen, but for Think I've not been doing much Graph Editor stuff. But it shows, you know, I need to start doing that. I'm just trying to get the impact parts done. So like when this feet steps on him, I know the part that steps on, I want to like rotate more this way. So that the contrast reads, I just made this part higher to this way. Now I have to figure out how to make this make sense that it was going up like this. So then I can go like this in one frame, and that's gonna feel like he really got hurt. And like around here, I guess it would touch the thing and then it would turn back. The head is like so much. The head is crazy amount of much, it's too much. What mistake did you make? Lasher, are you animating something?
I laid down some poses and I think I found my animation idea.
Nice.
I've sent out a whip. OMG, OMG.
Is he like shooting it from his head? It's really cool. He's chopping people's arms off. As you do.
Dude, you are so fast. And looks so good. Yes,
That's really
I'm
cool.
actually animating a hand right now. I shot reference myself and try to make it look realistic and smooth to get better at hand, fingers. He can shoot from anywhere of his limbs, but after his arms get
I've,
struck down, he is gonna go berserk.
I've done something with hands recently. But most of it actually Zintor did. Where did I put that? This was done in a quite like a short amount of time, so it's not like super polished. But for example, for these main fingers that you see here, the center ones,
So trippy.
like I had this pose, then I had this pose, and then I just delayed the fingers by one frame, and then it creates this. I
Oh,
didn't
cool.
actually pose these individually. Trippy shit.
I love how the other hands are like touching the head.
Yeah,
You
That's,
exactly doing the same RN. Did some main poses. Now I try to retime it and offset them so it looks good.
cool.
Wow, so cool. By the way, you still can say what are you working on?
Nope.
Fuck.
I'm just glad Venom made it to this fucking list. It took forever.
Him very hyped for Spider-Man 4 if they will cook again.
We haven't heard much
George
for
Lucas
that
still
yet.
zone ILM. It
Uh,
says he founded the studio.
yeah, he founded the studio, but I don't like Disney now owns it.
Oh, that guy just sold everything. To the mouse.
Yeah. Because George Lucas didn't own Star Wars. George Lucas owned Lucasfilm. Lucasfilm owned Star Wars. And it still does. I mean, Lucasfilm, Industrial Light and Magic. It's the same thing.
Alright, I gotta go eat and sleep, guys. Him going to fast and go to school 4 hours later.
Cool. See you later, bye.
Have a good night,
Take care.
guys, and see you guys tomorrow. Night, night, beret.
Why does his
So
head
yeah,
mess up
Beret.
so much? I might do stuff tomorrow
See ya.
if you guys are interested.
Night. Him always interested, Saab. It's
Cool.
confirmed.
Yeah, I'm
Stream tomorrow. Yeah, you too, Beret. Good job.
it won't be around this time though. It will be earlier if I stream tomorrow, or I can stream on Saturday or Sunday at the same time.
What hour? Do you know when earlier?
We would basically finish the stream around the time that I normally start. So it will be like 6 hours earlier than I normally start. If I do a morning one. Which I don't think would work for most of you guys. Because if it did, then you wouldn't be able to join this stream.
I think I wake up at that hour.
Let's
That's great for PPL in Asia long.
I'll check on Discord if you guys are around.
I can come, but I might procrastinate till dinner.
Okay. That's alright.
Haha, you don't know me then XD. My sleep schedule is fucked D 24/7. Have you watched the Lilo and Stitch trailer?
I haven't. They're not doing that in London,
Looks cool.
which is a shame. When I first saw that ILM's gonna be doing that, I was hyped, but then not the London office, and I was like, ah, sad face emoji. I'm, to be honest, not a massive fan of doing all Disney animations in 3D. I think that's weird.
We have apprehended a dangerous experiment. Where is he?
He escaped.
He's trying to find the police.
He is so
cruisers.
cute.
He took the red one.
What
Are they
hideous
doing shot by shot the
is caught in
same?
your crosshairs.
Shooting star! I wish for a friend. Like a best friend.
What the hell?
That looks a bit weird to me. He's cute, but
Down from there!
Look like an angel.
Control him.
like in the cartoon, you could argue that that might be like a weird looking dog, but this is clearly not a dog.
Really, live action Rhino. I love the way how he moves.
Yeah.
We are not keeping this thing.
Ohana means family. Family means nobody gets left behind.
Or forgotten.
Stitch bad.
Sometimes family isn't perfect. That doesn't mean they aren't good. That was close. I don't think you're supposed to drink that.
It looks way better than I thought.
I'm gonna get
Yeah,
you
it's
to
a good
count
CG.
Stitch. One.
But still, Stitch looks a bit like... Stitch looks... It doesn't look like a... like anything that's not CG. It almost looks like a plushie toy. Yeah, it looks like a plushie.
Have you seen the Neja 2 trailer?
Isn't that out already?
I still need to watch Secret Level. Damn it.
Secret level, through the mountain. Secret level.
I got a random question.
Do it.
You said Bjorn worked on the Concord episode.
Yeah. I know, I said Bjorn worked on the Concord cinematic.
When you are at work, are you allowed to listen to music when you work on an animation?
Yeah.
Hey, what did I miss?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Hi, this plant, how's it going? Of course I'm allowed to listen to music. That's...
Okay, good, haha. Beck, I can't live without music.
Yeah, what if you have to do lip sync though? Then you can't listen to music because you have to listen to the audio all the time.
Yay, that is true. He work at the same position you are looking him right now, I think.
What? You work at the same position? Who are you talking about?
I mean your house.
I don't understand.
Sorry, I'm watching on the TV while having breakfast, so I can't chat. But yeah, I was on the
No
Concord
worries,
trailer.
Bjorn.
Cause I think he thought you can't listen music at ILM.
I can definitely
Hi
listen to
Bjorn,
music.
good morning.
Bjorn, tell us cool Korean facts. Why you can't type, you said. Actually, never mind.
The life in Korea, it's the same like in the Korean dramas. Poor thing.
What are Korean dramas are like? Poor thing, I just got what you meant. Yes, poor thing indeed. I took it like literal. Like you're saying poor thing to something, and I'm like, oh, there is
They're
a...
like soap operas. Not a soft lying lol. Cool Korean facts. Lane clubs, people don't dance with each other. They all dance facing the DJ. It's really interesting, but I've only been to one, so I need to do more research. There was a Turkish series called Binbir Gise. It was very famous on Chile.
That's the name of a famous book.
Yeah, the series is based on that book.
There's so many Turkish soap operas, man.
Yeah, they were very popular on my country. Now I think is happening the same, but with Korean dramas.
Interesting. The whole reason Turkish soap operas got famous in Latin America is because I think I don't remember which country it was, but in one of the countries they can't afford to make a new soap opera, but they had already bought like the slot for it, so they decide to dub a Turkish one, and the Turkish one ends up performing higher than the main one that they shot. And then when they see that, different soap opera channels just go to Turkey and like grab a bunch of like random Turkish soap operas, and they all also perform really well, because Turkish soap operas are really good at just being sad as fuck for no fucking reason, and being over the top dramatic and just fucking so depressing, all of them.
Yeah, and so long LMAO.
Yeah, and it does nothing. He just like shuts, come close, come back, come close, come back. My eyebrow, your eyebrow, his nose, my eyebrow again. It's like, fucking hell. I really hate them.
There was one called Fat Magellan Suchu NE. It was so weird.
Means like, what was the fault of
A
Fatmagul?
lot of close-ups, lol. Lol.
And all the stories are like, you know,
Yeah, in Spanish. Q culpa tien Fat Magel.
all the stories are like, you know, like your brother is in like deathbed and your dad went to get him like medicine. It's like, yeah, well, you will never believe what happened. Commercial break. And then it's like, oh, your dad died on the way to get the medication, but he died just so he could get the medication. And then we cry, and then we take the medication to the brother. It's like the brother died anyway. It's like, oh, we cry some more, and then the sadness kills the other brother, and it's like, oh, it's like Jesus, like, it just like progressively gets like worse and worse. Man, the Indian dramas are a whole different thing. The the fucking, that's crazy. That like fucking cuts. It's the same shot. It's the same shot of like constantly cutting in with the fucking sound effects. Is in Indian dramas are next level. That's something else.
The post-production guy just having some fun.
Yeah. The editor. Okay. I think I'm kind of done with this. There's a lot more that can be done with like
No fucking way.
things, fingers, and um, like if I get into facial animation stuff like that. But I think I'm done with this.
We are gonna have double episode of Daredevil the next week.
That's cool. I wanted to practice doing stretchy stuff and I did. So I think I'm done with this.
Looks amazing. Looking cool.
Thank you. Beginning maybe.
Oh, him really liking the reader evil lol.
The Rita evil. The Ruda Soundstorm. Devil.
Lol Daredevil.
Darude. Darude.
Have you watched the last episode?
Yeah. It ends in with him spinning
Yeah.
stuff at the end, right?
We got an emotional moment.
Oh yeah, I remember because you were telling me and I was like, oh, only thing I care about that show was Foggy and they killed him. And then that was about that, which was cool. But have you guys seen the new Captain America movie? There's a shot in that Captain America movie where
Not yet.
out of fucking nowhere.
I did. I was in cinema actually.
I'm not gonna spoil anything, but oh, is that spoiling it? I guess it's an Easter egg. Okay, fine, I won't say it, but basically without spoiling, a character shows up in it and it felt so much like, oh, this is just there to show this character. And the Punisher scene kind of felt like that, but the last episodes we kept seeing those tattoos. We kept seeing. Then you will get the shot I'm talking about, Lasher, but don't say it because that wasn't in any of the trailers and so people might not know. But I don't think it was that important, but anyway, it felt a bit like pushed just to be put there so people are go like, oh, like this character is here, kind of thing. And the Punisher kind of felt like that in the last episode to me. But I guess he is gonna have a bigger role, I'm assuming. Because with all the guys with tattoos.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Daredevil yet.
Oh shit. You got spoiled. Sorry. I was trying to protect people from the Captain America spoilers.
Haha, it's fine, XD. Dude, I just wanna see the corrupted police dead get fucked again. Oops.
Corrupted police dead get fucked again. The whole thing with the fight is I think it was the end of the previous episode maybe where like he beat the crap out of people, and I was thinking like how are they gonna resolve that, because people are gonna be like that blind guy just like wiped the
The
floor.
end of the second one.
Yeah. I'm it's a bit weird that that happened and no one's like, hey, you know this guy that who keeps like protecting people who are superheroes? The blind guy? Yeah. He just fucking
And hence
destroyed.
was that very cool screen LMO.
Yeah, the cool scream. He just fucking destroyed two people without seeing and like fucking destroyed them. Trained people, trained fighters, basically. Uh, but I think he says something like, "No one will believe you," which is very believable.
To be honest, that would be the most normal thing in that universe.
Man, can you imagine being a
There
cop?
was a fucking god dead on the ocean. A big one.
Yeah.
Made of adamantium.
Can you imagine though the being a cop in Marvel Universe? Like the whole idea of being a cop is that you're the only one who's authorized to have like the equipment to make sure you win in a fight. But there's fucking supervillains. And then there's like superheroes. They're both like better than you.
Makes sense, they're in a sect now.
Yeah.
LMAO.
Yeah, it would really suck to be a police officer in that universe.
In a realistic world, all cops would quit their job, haha.
Well, I think in a realistic world, they would open like a government agency, kind of like Avengers, that you would like sign up with your secret identity to protect the
Vault.
neighborhood you're in, you know. And I think like
That job would be way tougher.
I think people would try to help the superheroes too, you know? And I don't think anyone would ever be okay with the fact like, oh, like you just walk around and I guess like help people if you come around it and then we'll just hope that you'll happen to be there every time. People would be like, oh my god, like imagine like you almost die, but then Spider-Man saves you. You'd be like, okay, like thank you, Spider-Man, but like can we make sure that this doesn't happen by sheer luck that you happen to be there next time? People would go to Spider-Man and be like, man, your whole fucking thing is super cute, but like can we pay you? Can we like make sure that from like 6 to 8 like from like 9 to 6 you do this? It's like, I have high school. Fuck high school. There's a fucking guy who can like fucking shoot lasers out of his eyes. Can you, like everybody would come together and be like, yeah, let's make a crowdfunding.
Hey guys,
Let's fucking
I
put
woke
this guy
up.
on a salary.
Thank you, Spider-Man, but why you had to throw my card for a super villain and you missed?
Yeah, there's also all of that. I mean, the biggest thing with superheroes and supervillains is that, like, if you're Daredevil, technically you should be Daredevil with a gun. And the whole idea is like, I don't want to kill people. Great, then don't shoot them to kill them. Also, there's like rubber bullets and stuff. Like, why doesn't Spider-Man have a fully loaded assault machine gun with like pellets inside that doesn't actually kill people?
Take that the thing.
You know, for most situations,
Just shoot the knee, haha.
for most situations, still going like on someone to stop them. But also like half the supervillains is like,
Spider-Man
like
sometimes
I have.
shoots like web balls.
Yeah, but that's not enough. Like the range of it, like think about it. Like Spider-Man can swing and climb with like a sniper rifle to somewhere so quickly that nobody else could get, and can be like boom, boom, done. It doesn't even have to like kill them. You know, the whole thing is like the all of the equipment that the Punisher has to be like the standard equipment for all the superheroes. And then like Iron Man comes with a suit that immediately goes like, stop right there, give that suit to everybody else. It's, yeah, I mean, I'm glad they don't do that, because then we get like more interesting stories. But in the real world, it would be very much not like that. Also, so many supervillains would be so fucking useless too. Like Doc Ock being like, I have like 4 limbs. It's like, your body is in the open. People can just fucking shoot you in the head. But it's okay because they will punch you. So then having those like 4 arms are very nice. As long as they don't really
But my
shoot you.
arms.
My arms. Like stuff like Electro and Pyro is also like super dumb. It's like you basically have a slower gun. A regular police officer could have been able to be like just like shoot you. It's a bit different with Electro, I guess, but half the mutants are like slow guns. You know, guns with like a bigger sparkly effect.
A lot of Heros can die like that guy from Daredevil series, without saying any spoiler. So easy.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I see. I remember what you're talking about. And yeah. Yeah, also, like, I guess what's happening in the Daredevil show makes sense, you know? Like, because if I decide to put on a mask and beat the shit out of people that I think are bad without, like, any kind of law or anything like that, I beat the shit out of someone, and then, because I thought it was a bad guy, and then maybe the law agrees with me, the law doesn't agree with me, I'm already gone, it doesn't fucking matter anyway. And I can do that because what? Like, I can lift a car. A guy with a gun, again, is still more useful. So, like, then you would have all these people with guns, like, roaming the streets and go, like, we're gonna kill the people we don't like. And, yeah. The show is, like, making a good point of, like, why that's dangerous. And why, like, Matt stops being Daredevil. It's really, like, the whole idea of superheroes, even though I love the genre, is really stupid. It's just, it makes no sense.
He had like too many suits.
Yeah, Daredevil definitely had like way too many suits, man. Too many suits, too many suits, too many suits, too many suits.
I want to see the black one.
The black one was cool. I think he used that twice, right? Like he used it in the beginning, and then I think at some point he loses his suit or something, and he used it again. When Bullseye stole his suit, then he used it again, right?
Which one was your fave suit?
The black one I really like.
The not for Android got me cracking up.
Nice.
Yeah, same. No, I mean the other black suit. It's basically the one he uses at the beginning of Born Again, but in black.
Wasn't that just dark?
You can see the black helmet.
Ah, right. Yeah, I remember. I remember what you mean now. Yeah, that was cool. That was a cool look. I'm so happy they didn't keep that fucking disgusting
silver
thing
one too.
in She-Hulk. The fucking mustard suit was so bad.
Hello, Hello, Sar.
Hello, Biku. How's it going, dudes?
Oh yeah. The yellow.
That was really shit.
Do you have any plans to animate Daredevil?
That could be fun. I don't have a rig for that, but
There's a model very cool
which one?
from a phone game. You can ask to Amjad wink wink. Link.
I think Amjad has done so much that we didn't. We still haven't used so many of the rivals ones.
Yesterday, one of the guy's animators demotivated me. I showed some of the animation of mine that I need to improve.
I don't understand, Biku. Who did what? I love this suit. I want this suit. There's a like I think that's the villain arc suit. There's a villain Daredevil for a bit. I think it was that. That's like when he becomes the head of the hand.
Wait, he was a villain.
Yeah, he turns into a villain with Elektra. They become like the head of the hand, and he just like goes with it.
Mental control, or something like that.
No. I think he just his mindset becomes that. I think I don't remember. I didn't read the comic. I just like read about the comic.
By the way, I don't remember. Elektra is dead. I know she revives.
I think I think she died and revived and
Him
died
talking
again.
about the series. Hey, Sark.
Hey Zim, how's it going?
The new suit looks so good. Good man.
I like this suit. I think this suit looked the best in the show.
Zim. I showed some of my work, but he told me it would take 1 more year to get a job. Also told me to take another profession, as he told me directly my animation sucks.
You can always improve and get better, Biku. It's no matter what you do, you're gonna hit a lot of walls where things are not gonna immediately work out. But that's fine. You just keep at it. Eventually, you'll be good enough.
Yeah, keep going.
I don't get people like that who says stuff like that. Like, if you think that about other people, then you must think that about yourself too. Like, if you think that where someone is right now means that they can't be an animator, then eventually you're gonna realize that you're also not that good for something, and he's not gonna be able to say, "Oh, I'll just get better." He's just gonna be like, "Oh, I guess I'm shit. I guess I have to change jobs." Yeah, I think I'm happy with this. I'm too sleepy to do anymore. Let me get this guy. 190.
You are very tired, aren't you, haha? Yeah, it looks real good.
Thank you. Let me talk to you about your shot before I sleep, Zim. Do I have enough energy to do that right now?
You look fresh like a lettuce.
Interesting. I think you said the updated one somewhere. Hi.
Yay. About to send a more updated one, sir.
Are you using any reference for this stuff? Just so I understand if there's like a certain style you're trying to hit. There's a Spider-Man here.
Sad? Why no? Sadly. I was to Lassie to film some. Or find. Little Spider-Man cameo.
Hello! Pops up at frame 16 and goes away.
He couldn't wait to appear in action.
Oh. Whoa. Boop beep boop boo boo. Boop boo boo boo. Beep beep boo 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 boo. latest one or just in the old one? Are you sending a new one, Zim?
Sent.
Sorry. Alright. Should I record this? I'll record this. There's some posing stuff where I feel this is not feeling very strong, especially this feet. I feel like it needs to be like maybe this one needs to be more flat, so then both these legs wouldn't be as bent the same amount, and then you can have this thing where like this one tilts up like you have, or I don't know, like this feels like very broken to me. It feels very unbalanced. There's that one. There is this turn you're doing. Because of the perspective, it's a little bit hard for me to track, but I feel like this skate turns and then he does a lean to that way, which it would be quite nice if he did this lean without the board turning, and because he leaned, the board turned. So right now it kind of feels like both the board and him lean together. There's a speed change that's happening on this part, which is nice, but throughout this it feels like it's already started to turn. Then there's this stuff you're doing here with the fingers that I feel like it might be a little bit too over animated here. That's why I asked for a reference, because I don't know like if you're trying to do it a little bit cartoony or are you trying to make it like more realistic. Same kind of posing stuff applies here. This might be accurate, these like leg positions, but because there's like so much negative space here and this leg is stacking perfectly underneath. Okay, because this leg is stacking on top of the other leg so perfectly, it creates like a weird silhouettes. So you either have to like raise this heel a little bit so you see the other knee here, or maybe you lower this one so you pull this back down a bit like that, so maybe you will see like basically it's stacking too much for too long. You need to keep seeing some information about the other leg. And then here there's a thing that I think if you can get it right, it will like help you with all your animations going forward. If you look at his arm here, it kind of feels like he's holding an imaginary pillow here. If you can see this, like a pillow or something, and it's like moving with that. And that's happening because your main actions are like kicking in at the same time, so things kind of maintain a relationship to each other. Like it feels like there is a connection between his elbow and his hand and his head, so like they kind of move like that, if that makes sense, instead of like doing something like that where like they feel more independent. They feel kind of like locked and going like this together. And I did the pillow there because it kind of feels like there's like an invisible thing, because there's a distance to his chest as well that's maintained, even though there's like nothing there holding it. And the way to fix that is basically you have to do a bit of counter animation, where if I look at this from the top, like if I look at this pose from the top, this is your chest, this is your head, and that's your shoulders, That's your arm, and this is like your other arm. Basically what I'm trying to explain is that this space here feels like it's kind of maintained throughout this. It does get a little bit bigger as it goes here, but you're basically keeping the arm pose kind of like together, and the distance here is not changing in a meaningful way. So to fix that, what you can do is, if you turn, like when you turn your chest this way, right, and then you end up with this chest here and with this head here, by default your your arms are gonna come here with the invisible pillow, but you basically want to counter animate that, so it ends up being something like that. So then that gives you this negative space we're talking about now has become like super tiny instead of like the one here. And I don't really see much of that here because your elbow is also like kind of locked here, so it feels like it's kind of moving with the chest at the same time, and it's kind of missing some more input in it, but that's a different issue. The stuff with the input, I'm talking like you're like literally doing this, and there's like so many more things you can do. Like you can decide to lead with the elbow and then like draw an arc with the elbow. You can lead with the hands and then you can make the elbow delay, which in this one you technically leading with the elbow, but it's not actually leading. So if you did a pose, for example here, I'll tell you what I would do. I would put the sand a little bit closer here, and then I would have this head turn like way earlier, and then in these poses I would like raise the elbow first. So if I would like go frame by frame like this, I would be like tracking if my hand pose here, which was I think this one, right, if this hand pose I put it here, I would go between these frames to figure out like, am I making this hand pretty much almost at the same spot, like it's here, so that the people can notice the difference in the elbow. Because if in like a few frame range you go back and like you turn the character like this, but if you move this back into where the hand was and then rotate it more, then pull this back to where the hand was, and if you look between few frames it feels like the hand is now moving, then if you raise the elbow it's gonna be like super clear that the elbow is leading. And that's what I would try to get here basically. That will also avoid these like stacked poses that you have here. It would be pretty cool. That being said, I'm just like looking at like cool poses and like talking about like how to make the poses like cooler and creating like more negative space and stuff like that. But if I was to actually think about this turn, how I would do it, it's a bit harder without the reference. So you're kind of gliding like this, and then you want to turn to that side, so you're probably gonna go like that. Yeah, I think what comes natural to me is to what I would do if this is a top-down look of your board and this is your guy, right? So when you want this board to go this way, you basically have to put more weight on this side of the board. So I would like kind of throw his body like kind of you're doing here, but because of this angle I can't really tell, and I kind of feel like if this is the perspective of the board and I took like a line in the middle here and shot it like this would be pretty much in the middle, yours as well. But what I would love to see is that if he was actually like leaning out like this, like they do that in like sailboats and stuff too, like they lean outside of it so the thing gets unbalanced and then it will like start turning that way. But when you're in that like leaned pose and when you're unbalanced, to counterbalance, you have to like reach your hand out. Again, like I'm exaggerating a lot, but I think I'm thinking of something a little bit like he's like here and then he goes like that, and then he pulls his like arms in, and when he pulls his like arms back in, that would be like the final force. Like you lean, which starts a turn. So like I'm leaning like this, I'm in a turn, I'm have my arms like higher up, so I'm like counterbalancing myself so I don't fall immediately. And eventually I'm gonna pull my arms back in, and that's gonna like do the maximum force for the back of the board to flip out. I think I would do something like that. It's a little bit hard to figure this stuff out with this perspective angle here. Yeah. There's also a little bit of a post-to-post thing happening here. Like I again feel like there's a connection between these hands, and they kind of rotate together and they kind of finish together. They both stop at the same time here, like they're connected together with the chest. They come to this pose, from this pose to this pose. They stop at the same time, and then you do a thing here, and then goes like whoa, which is cool. But I think it's a bit too cartoony. You're bending the wrist so much that it's makes it feel a bit too stylized. Also, the rest of the arm is completely stable there, and you're just like doing that part. That also feels a little bit unnatural, and like a pose like this is a little bit cartoony, a little bit ballerina like, even though you don't have the fingers open. I think this feeling that you're doing here with the wrist, you can do it with this whole section, and that would probably feel a little bit more realistic. Like whenever we do like this much and like this much, that's like pushing the pose a lot, and sometimes you can get like really nice looking poses with that, but in reality usually our elbow and like our hand kind of lines up, and we do tend to do this a lot more than like doing this, you know, like a tail like motion. So you can do the same like flicking you're doing, but like do it with the elbow, so you'll get something like that. There's that. There's a bit of a staging thing here where the point is that he throws this thing, but your anticipation, throughout your whole anticipation, I can't see the pumpkin grenades, so there's not enough time for me to read it. By the way, what a great time to... Oh fuck, where did it go? There you go. What a great time to bring this into motion. It's literally what you're animating right now. Yeah, so I would, if this was the perspective, I think I would like put his hand like over here or something, and try to push the pumpkin bomb out of his silhouette as soon as possible, so the audience like starts tracking that. So here again it would be something like that. So like you really show the audience like, hey man, you gotta really look at that thing, and then you throw it. And when you throw it, another thing is right now this is stacked inside here, and then here it's kind of out of the silhouette, so this isn't so bad. But then here again you're inside the stacked silhouette here, and then here it came out. So it is super hard to read this, and I would definitely have you like throw it like from here, something like that, where basically the pumpkin bomb and all this like other stuff never stack, so I can like clearly see what he's doing, because that's the most important thing here, that he's doing this. And then there's a hookup thing here. This is a very jarring cut, because this is where my eye was most recently, and then you cut and now there's like nothing here, it's empty, and then there's this like whole new thing here, and then everything moves. So I would change your camera angles a little bit. What you can do, maybe as the pumpkin grenade goes here, you can pan the camera to kind of like try to follow the pumpkin. Let me draw it. So this is your camera right now, and this is your Green Goblin, and he just threw a pumpkin outside of the frame, and this is kind of like your framing right now because he's right in the center, right? So I'm just saying that if you kind of tracked the pumpkin that he throws, we would end up turning the camera more, and because of this he would end up more here because you pan the camera to look at the pumpkin ball. But then last Green Goblin image I'm gonna be see is here, and when it cuts, what do we have here? Spider-Man. It's still a little bit jarring because you're doing like a full flip and the character's position switch, but at least my eye will be here when the Spider-Man ends up being here. But you would probably want my eye to follow the pumpkin grenade, so I don't think this cut works. I think you have to do a more drastic change, or you might need to put another shot in between these two shots, like maybe a close-up to the pumpkin grenade or something, so you can lead my eye somewhere else, because this is like too big a jump for me. Is there anything else on this for me to say? This arm here could have a little bit more of this rotation, where it kind of feels a little bit like locked to this, and there isn't like much of this happening. That would be cool, I think. And then on these poses as well, when you're doing this turn, you might want to tuck in the arm a little bit. So basically this axis basically doesn't feel like super animated. And this was the same conversation we were having about this one before. Like if you had animated the arm down here or like up here, that would make it easier for me to realize, oh, you're leading with this elbow here. Where right now it's just like kind of stacking and we can see it. I think another like fun thing to do would be to play with this is the board, this is your hip, and this is like your legs, and your legs are kind of always in the same amount of bend throughout the whole shot. So I think it would be cool to get some poses where like he really has to bend down, or like gets up one pose where like he's like really straight up. I think this would be like a nice place here for him to get like really bent down here. So to contrast that, to make it feel like it's really bent here, I would probably go back here and make this not bent. So then there's a bigger translation, a bigger contrast in that. And then we got Mr. Spider-Man. This feels a little bit pose to pose, and what I mean by that is from this pose to this other pose, all of your body does something, and it feels like it kind of does it at the same speeds. Like it would be cool if you kept most of this pretty much the same and then just animated this arm for a few frames, because in the beginning you have a few frames where it's not really doing much. So 1, 2, 3 frames, it's not doing much, and then this arm starts to bend. But when it starts to bend, see, like this arm goes from this pose to this bent pose, I can see this leg pulling in, I can see this leg pulling this way, and I can see the rotation on the wrist happening here. Basically it feels like you have everything keyed here, and then maybe you have everything keyed here, so then everything starts to get updated at the same time. Where if you delayed all this other stuff and then just showed me a few frames of only this arm moving, doing a clear change, then it would feel like, oh, it's leading with that, and it would make me more interested in like watching that. And then what happens, he shoots a web, which is great because I was already interested in that, then he shot a web kind of thing, which would be cool. Here again, I think these wrist poses are a little bit broken. I'm trying. It's a bit hard with the camera and the character moving. If it was like a still on the spot doing these poses, it would be easier for me to be 100% sure what I think is happening. Which again here I feel like there is a part where everything is keyed and starts going to the next pose together at the same time. And I feel that because when I watch these parts, it again feels like there's like a string attached to these guys and they're like kind of moving together. Because I'm not saying that because I can just draw a line between any of these things here. I'm drawing that line in between these two specific things because I feel like this moved from there to there the same amount as this one moved here. And if I go through the whole frames, it keeps like moving the same amounts. That's why I feel like they're both moving like 5 centimeters in 5 frames. And it creates that feeling. And then you have this part here, which is like a very cool part where you shoot this web. We can talk about posing here a little bit again because like everything is kind of stacking and it's really hard to see what's happening. It would be nicer if you like bent this a little bit more to this side or a little bit more to the other side. So like we saw exactly what's happening. But the more cooler, interesting thing to do here would be is when this web line straightens up, there needs to be an immediate resolution for the rest of the body because basically he was falling down super fast and suddenly he grabbed something and then his whole gravity needs to be like, oh, we can't move anymore. And then he has to come to like such a strong stop. And that strong stop would happen where the web is contacted first. So like the second like he's falling, the second he grabs, like this arm is gonna shoot off. And then maybe your body is still falling. Let me draw it. So you basically have this pose, right? It's like a Spider-Man doing like this thing. And like he has his legs here and he has his arms here. And then the second this thing tightens up, imagine like all of this thing is like falling at the same time, and then suddenly this hand became like, that's it, this is my line. I cannot go any lower than that because this thing just tightens. So then instead of like making a big cool arc like that, suddenly there's gonna be a much straighter arc happening here because this hand won't like come down with the rest of it. But maybe your chest still goes down from here to here. Your hip still goes down from here to here. Your legs still goes down from here to here. Only problem is this thing didn't move at all. And then the next frame is because this thing didn't move. Now your shoulder didn't move. And then because of that, your chest kind of started to stop. And then your hip is like slowing down. And your legs are like still falling. And then the next pose is going to be like we're like all kind of like stuck here. You know, and that's gonna create this feeling of like going like super smooth, like dunk, like it's tightened up, and then you go up to the pose you have. Where in yours, he's kind of transitioning between, this shooting the web pose, and then like he gets to this pose, which is like I'm a swinging pose, but when he grabbed the web, it made no effect on his body. And then this is a conscious, like I'm gonna push myself up, so I'm putting the web down pose. But it makes it feel like he's not affected by the gravity at all. It kind of feels like he's flying in the poses that he wants to, and he happens to have a web in his hands. So that moment of where the web tightens is like super important. So like all the way up to here is good. These are all fine. When I see this web line like this, I'm like, it's fine, he's not carrying any weight, this is fine. But here it's straight, and then you have to really show me a pose like oh my god, like my whole body suddenly got like pulled in, and now I have to become like a super straight line thing. And then you can still go up to this pose after that, and that'll be fine. But yeah, it would help you a lot in everything, I think, if you got some of the camera stuff sorted out. Like these poses where you're going in, like you have this thing here that's not only going back in depth but also like turning in depth which is like the hardest thing to read from that camera angle. An easy way to fix that would be maybe you can start this character a little bit more screen left here, a screen right here. So this would be his head, this would be like his arm, like better pose. And then when he gets here, you can put him to this side. So you will have this like nice travel across the frame here. But because of that, the angle is gonna be a little bit different. And then we're probably gonna end up seeing this face of the character a little bit more here, you know. And then like he can, all this stuff could be like happening here. Maybe we'll end up looking at it more from the top, like the camera would end up being a little bit more here, because he's gonna be here, and this is gonna be his chest, he's gonna be have his head here. And then the stuff we talked about with having the pumpkin bone visible would be like a lot easier if it was there. So yeah, I think if you start fixing any one of these things that we talked about, the rest of it will automatically start getting fixed. Like if you move your camera, your poses are automatically gonna start looking better. If you get this like overlapping thing sorted out, that's also gonna give you like better poses naturally anyway. Like if you were trying to delay this arm a little bit more, that would be like a more interesting pose already. And yeah, like they're all kind of built on top of each other. It feels like a lot of notes, but once you start doing the first two notes, you find out the third and the fourth one is automatically fixed by itself. Anyway, I hope this was helpful. I'm gonna stop recording. All right, what did I miss? Let me read the comments.
And thanks, Saab.
No worries, Zim. Sorry, I can't give feedback as much as I want to nowadays, but I try.
1,200.
1,200. What does that mean?
It's okay, Saab.
Where is our chat that I'm trying to find? What happened to the chat? Is this the chat?
Oh, sorry, typo.
Yes, this is the chat. Cool. Cool as fuck. Yeah, I didn't know what to do with the camera. Yeah, this like it's a different thing. The camera, it's a different set of skills. It's like a layout artist job, or like a storyboard artist, layout artist task that affects the animation so much. As animators, we also have to learn it. But it's like when you work in a company, you're never gonna do this part. Sometimes you do, but very, very rare. Didn't really work on the hands yet. Hello, Sarp. Hello, Mask. I'm seeing right now. If you'd like to see no actual animation, if you have any suggestions, I'll appreciate it. Send it over Zintar. Think the shot has much potential. Zim, keep going. Thanks. Okay. Cool. I didn't miss a lot. The encoding is still going. I'll still send you. I'll still send you the feedback video. Zim. I'll put it on the Sarp feedback. Whip channel. Oh, you guys are doing the same.
Using ref would have helped me good, but I just rushed to getting it started. Yeah, he died. Is this Maya or Blender? Zinta.
This is Maya.
Maya.
This is Maya. Maya.
I plan on going just shot by shot animating it when I get around to it.
This is cool, but the way it's framed, because you have all these like nice lines of perspective here, and this guy is kind of pointing here too. I kind of expect there to be something here. This is like framed really well to show something here. And I think he's like dodging something here. It feels a little bit uncomfortable that so much of the top of his head is cut. I'd rather this motion cut his glider rather than his head. Then we have the problem of my attention was here, and then you cut to this section and it's a bit of a jarring cut. That it would be nicer if this guy glided like forward to this side and then we cut to this, you know. And then you would have to kind of do this thing where like whatever like spacing you have here, it would kind of have to like slow down here, and then this guy would like start slow and then speed up, and then you in the camera you would have something like whoom whoom, and that would look very cool and smooth. But right now like it makes my eye jump and I have to like reassess what's going on. Again, this is cool here, but I would like pull it like way lower so it's not his head we cut off. The camera is turning here. Usually it helps a lot when you're doing this like pass over things, is you basically find like a point that you want to frame like that, and then eventually it doesn't fit in, so it changes from like the head to the feet to this part maybe. So if you do this setup of like, oh, we're tracking the heads but it's too fast, now I guess we're tracking this, or it's too fast, I guess we're tracking this, or it's too fast, I guess we're tracking this, and that will kind of create the feeling you want of like, oh my god, he's so fast, like we're barely catching up. But because at the end you have these frames of there's nothing in the frame, it kind of loses that effect. And then we have this thing here, which again is a bit jarring because the camera was like going up like that, and then there's a steady camera, and again like my eye jumps because the last time there was like information, I was looking here and there's nothing, and then we jump back here. If I was doing this, I would actually keep his like glider or something here and then get it very small, but then because this is your camera and it's doing like a flyby like this and you're cutting the shot here, I would cut the shot like here, so like he would go like really close, and then I would like relax a little bit as he like goes away from the camera. He would end up being my center frame again. Like I would do the same pass by you're doing, and then when it starts getting back into my frame because the camera keeps turning and the shot is a little bit longer, then I can cut to this, and then like my eye was here, now it's here, it's not so bad. But the problem with that would be is that like it's the back and forth. This kind of does the same things that this 180 rule is kind of breaking. We're looking at his back and now we're looking at his front. Then we end up looking at his back and then we look at his front. So it's a bit of a like constant like swapping thing. I think you need some shots in between where you see it on the sides. So I see his back, I see his side, then I see his front. Then I think it would be more... it will like flow better in the edits. Again, the way it's framed, making me feel like there's like a giant ghost, something is like chasing him. You know, he just like, he came here and then the second he came in, this thing like came and crashed to this wall and it was like, whoa, here, because the center of the frame is empty. And there's all these like lines that kind of direct my eye there. So again, like I'm assuming, like I see this guy, but I'm assuming there's like another story point here. But instead it comes from where the camera is. And this is a bit hard to track. I don't know, did you want me to give you feedback or did I just like start talking? It's a bit hard to track here because like there isn't enough time to
In
read
liking the
Spider-Man.
feedback.
Cool. There isn't enough time to read Spider-Man. The way you could do this is you either bring Spider-Man in already and then maybe the camera come close to this, or how would you do it? Yeah, this is you need something, maybe like he shoots a web, like his shoulder comes in, you know, to start preparing me for the arrival of Spider-Man here. And then when the arrival happens again, it's too much cut top of the frame and there's too much empty space here. So I would probably move this composition to like here, where we see him here and we see the full body of Spider-Man. Here maybe his like hands could be cut off, but it would be like more framed nicely. This is nice that you're making the character push the bottom of the frame.
Would you mind sending me the clip with all the annotations afterwards, please?
I will, but I didn't record this. Do you want me to? I can start recording this. Hold on, I don't know how much more I'm gonna say. Again, there's the so this is not so bad, I think. Yeah, so this isn't so bad. It just has that 180 thing again, where you turn the camera exactly opposite. You were looking down and now we're looking up, and there's a couple of ones where like you were looking like this and then you end up looking the exact opposite. So that's a little bit jarring, but it's nice that my eyesight was here and now Spider-Man's there. That's cool. Here I would say your camera is rotating down before Spider-Man actually gets to that point, which is convenient, but it's not what we would want to see. So you basically would want this Spider-Man to hit this frame and then the camera would have to turn, kind of thing. So here the camera would basically not have rotated at all, so your framing would end up being something like that. And the second Spider-Man starts like touching this edge frame, and then you would like rotate a lot faster and drastically and then like land on this. And I think you can pull the camera back a little bit as you're doing this landing to make it a little bit more comfortable to see. It feels a little bit claustrophobic that things don't fit in the frame. And like whenever you like see a character's eyes and his head and then that gets off screen, it's always a little bit jarring. So what you could do, basically you have the Green Goblin lying down here and you have your camera looking up, and here's the Spider-Man like falling down here, right? So you can keep the camera exactly here, but like when Spider-Man is like here somewhere, when he like starts doing that pushing off the frame, and then you have to rotate it. As you rotate the camera down, I think you can also pull the camera back a little bit and then end up in like this nice, like as you rotate down, you kind of pull the camera back and then you would get this exact same framing, but it would be like, you know, it would be like this. So we would still see the Spider-Man's body and we will see the rest of his perspective. I think it would be like a nicer composition. And then here, what do we have? This is, I don't know if this is the point of interest. I don't want to give you animation notes about like stacking the arm and stuff like that, because you said you're not doing that yet. But yeah, I mean, I guess you could animate this shot to make it work so that my attention is here. But right now it isn't. I was looking at his eyes when the cut happens. So then we're here to here. And I think if you rotated the head a little bit, it would be nice to see the eyes. But again, it's like a little bit of a weird cut. And this is like a great way of doing a cut, to be honest. This turn you're doing is perfect. If you only started turning here, where my attention is already on these white eyes, even though they're disgusting and I hate them, but they're white on red, so they're like very clear to focus. So if you were like showing me this eye a little bit less, a little bit less, a little bit less, and this one's getting bigger and bigger because like you started the turn, and then you could cut into your shot like from here, and then this head turn would be happening across the shots. So like you see like my head turning here, and then you cut to my head like coming this way, and because subconsciously my brain is gonna be tracking this spacing of the eye corner here, and like moving, and the same speed is going to translate to this shot, which is not going to have these bits, but it's going to cut from here, and then it will be like a perfect cut. It would like basically tell the audience, Spider-Man saw something, we're looking this way, and it's like, what are we looking at? And then we'd like see his like reaction, although with the mask we can't really see a reaction. So that's nice. We're here, the cut is here. This is a bit of a jarring cut. I would just like frame this in the center, then if it's fast you can move it out of the frame. It comes back here again. Cutting the head feels weird. You can pull the camera back, or you can animate the camera up, but I think for this shot, because you want to show this thing slicing through, you wouldn't want to rotate it. You would want to just pull the camera back. That's nice. It jumps over. That's not bad. See, like you're kind of doing it here, where like it starts to rise up on this shot, and it continues to rise up on this, and then that ends up being like a nice cut. See, here my problem, and let me figure out why this is happening. I didn't realize that this would be Spider-Man's positioning. The way he looked at this, I mean, I guess I can see it's behind him. It might be because here he is kind of looking behind him, and then in this shot he's like fully turned to this way. I guess you can argue during this time range that we don't see him, he could have turned, but it still feels a little bit weird. I feel a little bit confused on where I am in the frame. And then he ends up being here. It makes me think, which can be fixed by just like coloring this building red. It kind of makes me think, because he grabs it with his like chest forward here, makes me feel like it came from here. And then I get a bit lost. But you can easily fix that. Make this building blue, and then make this building red, and then like it's gonna be clearly different environment, so the camera must have turned. Kind of a feeling. And grabs this thing. This is cool. Is there anything in this here? I mean, I don't want to get into animation posing, but I would definitely start with like showing his eyes, but that's a animation posing thing. And then if you're gonna throw a pumpkin bomb, try to not do the whole action in this like tiny part of the frame. Make him like grab it from here and then like put it there. So like you show it to camera, I'm throwing a pumpkin bomb. It's very hard to like show something on the tiny edge of the thing and expect me to like see that, and it doesn't like fit into frame properly as well. You would probably move this whole camera like that and end up at like this framing, just to show like this pumpkin bomb in the center, because that's the point of the shot here. And then I think in this one, if this is like such a dangerous explosive that's about to go off, I think when we cut, I would want to keep seeing the bomb. So I feel like you could do almost the opposite of that, where you could like start here and then pan up. You know, we panned down here and we saw the framing of the pumpkin bomb. Then let's say we cut to this, which is great. I see the pumpkin bomb. I see his thing, his feet. Then you can like raise up and like show him like realizing it. And then he shoots a web to it. And then eats it out of the way. Your camera is starting to do the turn before the pumpkin bomb gets there. Which again, maybe you can fix it in animation if you drew it faster. And then explodes. Yeah, this is all I would say. I can send you this, but I don't know how useful these like scribblings I made are. But I've also recorded. Stop recording, and then I save you this file as export QuickTime mode. It's gonna be called. It's gonna be called. I'm about to fall asleep. Desktop. Zintor Goblin Mal. Why you hate the eyes? I hate the eyes so bad. I hate that Sam Raimi suit. I know like it's like everyone's like favorite suit or whatever, but that's not my Spider-Man, because I grew up with the comics, and when finally we got a movie, I was like, why does it have angry, angsty anime eyes? You know, because this is the thing you saw whenever like a kid drew like an anime character. It's like, oh, I know my character is like fucking edge, blood, gore, tears, and like this is like such a I hate like Spider-Man's eyes is like so cool, you know, like it has like a thickness on the bottom here, and then there's like a tapering on here, and then the white part, like you can like squeeze it, you can make it bigger, which at the time the technology wasn't possible to do that, but like it's a unique shape, you know. It's a, you see this shape and you can't be like, that's a tear shape. It's not a tear shape, it's not an ellipse, it's not a fucking triangle. It's uniquely Spider-Man. And then Andrew Garfield did this and it worked great, and Tom Holland did this and it worked great. That I just hate those eyes on that suit so much. No worries, Intor. I like the general idea. Yeah, it's cool. It's fun. Thank you, Zim. I see. Yeah, I grew up with those movies for me there, and I said, yeah, I see where you're going. Yeah, I know. Like a lot of people like love those. It's like the best fucking suit ever for so many people, and I just can't fucking believe it. When I saw Amazing Spider-Man 2, I was like fucking losing my shit. Like fucking, they did it. My only problem with that was that I wish it was animated. I wish you could like squint his eyes and stuff. But Andrew's suit in Amazing Spider-Man 2 looks so much like the comic suit, the comic at the time. And then the Tom Holland came, and his suit's feel looks like the original Spider-Man costume. You know, like when like Ditko used to draw it, like really old-time Spider-Man. The proportion of the eyes and how his mask is, and then there's all this like modernization on his suit, like weird seam lines and stuff. But I like the suit. My problem with the Tom Holland suit is the Tom Holland's body is like such a tiny little baby body that as the movies go on, it looks super like he's still so short and small.
Check out the IW rig tomorrow when you get time. LMA.
I think, Zim, when I try to in the Insomniac game, if you put on the Tom Holland suits, they look so weird because we're so used to seeing that like distortedly like shortened, and the Insomniac Spider-Man is so tall, it looks so weird when everything is stretched out.
0.
And Zim, I think I already had opened that. I just didn't remember where I saved it, because I'm pretty sure when I downloaded it, it said like you already have this file. So I'm pretty sure I had already downloaded that, and I forgot again where I saved it. Okay, I'm gonna act like I have. Oh, I would save it to the rigs file. Oh, it's right there. There's the rigs file. I keep saving it and I'm forgetting where it is. I feel like I named. Oh, this is the old one. I need to go to Dropbox one.
That might be the old one with no UVS on it that I sent the first time.
Zimrig. You are also an MB guy. Interesting. And no spaces.
What's wrong with MB, Mr. Saab?
MB can't be turned into MA, and MA can be turned into
Bar
MB.
contains more information.
Yeah. I like MA. I guess I'm just used to it, but
You gotta generate the textures.
yeah. It's not. I don't think I'm able to find it because I don't think I opened the.
It's too low poly though.
What was I doing? Zimbrick.
What's the best Spider-Man rig we have for my, you'd say?
I mean, I like Kyle's rig, but I think that's probably a very outdated idea. We had a lot of Spider-Man rigs since then. Base colors.
This is a Keel rig too.
Ah, nice.
This rig he has on his screen is the best. So maybe this one too, LMAO.
What did I not do?
Can I try the Crawley rig?
Crawley rig is Kyle's Spider-Man rig. It's the same one. I'm doing something wrong here.
That's the blue. Red is all the way at the end.
Red is all the way at the end. I don't understand these new ways of like generating textures and stuff. That button didn't used to exist. Where's the classic fucking name? File path editor? No? Yeah, file path editor. There you go. We have missing texture files. So it needs a project.
It's there just when you use UDIMs.
Rigs, Zimrig, set, create default workspace, and refresh list, repath files.
Sorry, man.
Auto resolve. No worries. I just always press like random buttons when I'm doing this, and sometimes it works. Diego, I think you showed me before what I'm supposed to press, and every time I come here when I'm like doing the repath, I just click a bunch of stuff.
I just throw all the shit on source images.
I did that.
Maybe it's probably because the original final wasn't in a project. Just click repath files and then the folder directory. You gotta select it while doing it. Like that. Now generate UDIMs. For all materials.
I don't know how to do that.
When the Spider-Man game is released.
It's not Spider-Man game anymore. It's called Crowley Unleashed. I don't
all
know.
the way at the end.
What does that mean? I don't know.
It's Fong.
Okay, inside Fong all the way at the end.
Yeah, that's it. Now just do the other material.
I think there's too much that I don't understand. You mean just to click this? No, that makes it. Oh
I'm so
wait.
confused.
No, I got it.
But why?
No, I got it. I didn't realize the same mesh had multiple Fongs.
There you go. Zine, did you
Uh,
created the project?
what is the fuck? The
Buy
thing.
controllers. What on earth is all this? What's that LMAO? What are Amjad Riggs controllers doing there? LMAO.
This does feel like a Kyle rig.
Test out the lens controls in I think the bottom controller above the head.
This is very cool. What can I do with this cool thing?
So is that rig public? No.
This is very cool. Zintor also sent me something.
Zine, do you have animations with this rig? I think I still haven't see anything in Maya. Not yet.
I like this rig. I also like the friendly Spider-Man rig that
Damn.
Zintor sends.
Very nice rig. Can't wait to see this baby in action.
Yeah. Ugh. What would I do? When would I do it?
Go bed, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Zinta helped me with lens expression.
Okay, I'm now sleeping officially, I think. This is the end. Right, thank you all guys. Thank you so much for coming, and I'm trying to find the chats because I didn't read some of it.
Good night.
Zintra helped me with the lens expression. That's cool. You guys are killing
Have a
it.
good night, man.
Alright, good night guys. Thanks for coming, and I'm probably
Good
gonna
night,
be
dude. Have a good
streaming,
day at work
and
tomorrow.
I'm not going
Good
to
night,
work
man.
tomorrow.
See ya.
That's the thing. I'm not working Friday and Monday, so I'm gonna have like a 4 day of
Real
like
good
animating
stream.
a bunch of stuff. So I might stream tomorrow or on the weekend. This will be like a more animated weekend. Right.
Weekend streams.
Yeah, I'll text on the Discords.
That's good to hear.
Do you guys hear this?
That's great, man. Rest up.
Do you hear this?
It's the ops. Duck. What the hell?
It's just foxes.
WTF. They're clapping so hard. Aha.
It's like so close, but you can never see
They're
them.
clapping for the end of the stream.
Alright. Cool
Nice
guys.
stream.
See you all later. Bye bye.
Well done.
Well done to you too. We're all doing cool stuff. We'll do more cool
CYA.
stuff. Bye bye.
Bye.
Take care. I'll send you guys the 2 videos I recorded for you.